28%. For scheduled caste, it is 23%, and scheduled tribe, it is 18%, as compared to the national gross enrollment ratio of 27.1. About 79.5% of the students are enrolled in UG level program. 2 lakh students are enrolled in PhD, which is about 0.5% of the total student enrollment. At UG level, you see that highest number of colleges are 32.7% of students are enrolled in arts, humanities, social science courses, followed by science 16%, commerce 14%, and engineering technology 12%. You see that PhD level, maximum number of students are enrolled in engineering technology stream, followed by science. On the other hand, just a minute. So again, the foreign students which comes from 168 country across the globe, the top 10 countries constitute to 69.9% of the total foreign student enrollment. Then the highest share of the foreign students come from neighboring countries of Nepal, which is 28.1% of the total, followed by Afghanistan 9.1, Bangladesh 4.6, Bhutan constitute to 3.8, and Sudan constitute to 3.6. And there are more than 78.6% of colleges run in private sector, aided and unaided taken together, but it caters to only 66.3 of the total enrollment. And the total number of teachers are 15 lakhs, out of which 57.5 are male teachers and 42.5 are female teachers. And at all India level, there are merely 74 female teachers at par with the 100 male teachers. And people teacher ratio in university and colleges is 28 if regular mode of enrollment is considered, whereas PTR for university and its constituent unit is 18 for regular mode. Then BA, which is 20.3 lakh degree, has been awarded to maximum number of students, and BSc 10.6 lakh is the second, followed by BCom 9.3 lakhs. At postgraduate level, MA pass number of student is maximum, followed by MSc and MBA. Then the highest number of students, 20.7 lakhs, have been graduated in arts course. And at PhD level, maximum number of students outturn is in science stream, followed by engineering and technology. On the other hand, PG level, maximum student outturn is observed in social science and science stream, comes at number 2. The share of PhD student is highest in state public university, 29.8, followed by Institute of National Importance, 23.2%, and Deemed University, private university, 13.9, and Central University, 13.6. You see that this is a very important slide. You see that how the higher education has that there were only 30 universities at the time of the independence, and now it has grown to around 1200 universities. 1200 universities at present are there. So there is a increase of nearly 1170 universities. That is 1170 university have been increased. And same is with the colleges. There were only 578 colleges, which has increased to 45,000 colleges. You see that Bangalore urban, which tops, there are 1000 Bangalore urban colleges in Bangalore urban. Then in Jaipur, we had 1600 colleges. In Hyderabad, we are having 400 colleges. In Pune, we are having 467 colleges. In Pragyaraj, we are having 363 colleges. In Rangareddy, we are having 352 colleges. In Bhopal, we are having 326 colleges. In Nagpur, we are having 325 colleges. And in Guntur, we are having 301 colleges. And in Ghazipur, we are having 300 colleges. So these are the top 8 districts, top 10 districts in terms of number of colleges. Then in number of colleges and eligible population, you see that again, college density, college-wise density, we are having maximum colleges in UP, Maharashtra, Bihar, West Bengal, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, and Andhra Pradesh. Then management-wise colleges, you see that 65.2% are private unaided colleges. Then only 13% are aided colleges and 21% are government colleges. So maximum stress of the higher education is in the private unaided colleges. You see, friends, the gross enrollment ratio of our country, which was 0.4 in the year 1950, have increased to 28.4 in the year 2028. And in this NEP 2020, the target is around 50% of the gross enrollment should be there in the higher education till the year 2035. You see how the gross enrollment have increased in the various sectors, in the various universities. In the state public university, we are having an increase of 21%, followed by the state private university, there is an increase of 500%. And in central university, there is an increase of 26.4%. So what is the problem of our higher education system? You see that the first is several fragmented higher education ecosystem, less emphasis on development of cognitive skill and learning outcome, rigid separation of discipline with earlier specialization and streaming of students into narrow area of study, then limited access, particularly in socio-economical disadvantage area with few higher education that teaches in local languages. Inadequate mechanism for merit-based career management and progression of faculty and institution, then lesser emphasis on research at most universities and colleges, and lack of competitive peer-reviewed funding across various disciplines. Suboptimal governance and leadership of higher education system, ineffective regulatory system, large affiliating university resulting in low standard of UG education. So, what is the policy vision and the key changes to follow the current system? You see that moving towards a higher education system consisting of large multidisciplinary universities and colleges with least one or every district with more than higher education across India, then offering medium of instruction or program in local Indian language. Moving towards a more multidisciplinary UG education system, moving towards faculty institutional autonomy, then revamping curriculum, pedagogy, assessment, student support for enhanced student experience. Then reforming the integrity of faculty institution leadership position through merit appointment and career progression based on teaching, research, and services. Then establishment of National Research Foundation to fund outstanding peer-reviewed research and actively seed universities in universities and colleges. Then governance of higher education institution by high qualified independent board having academic and administrative autonomy. Light but tight regulation by a single regulator for higher education. Then increased access, equity, inclusion through range of measures, including greater opportunities for outstanding public education, scholarship by private philanthropic university for disadvantaged and unprivileged student, online education, open distance learning, and all infrastructure and learning material accessible and available to the learner of disabilities. Again, I would like to quote here one example of the Harvard University, friends. You see that the budget of Harvard University, and taking back the example of what you will say, uh, uh, the example of 2018 and 19, where 30,000 crore was the budget of the Harvard University. And at that time, our entire budget of higher education of our country was 26,000 crore. So budgeting again is a problem of the higher education. Affiliating system. Again, friends, the affiliating system, India is one of the four countries in the world where colleges are affiliated to a particular university. And other countries are Pakistan, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. And thus, the affiliation system, far being universal phenomena, is confined to the remnant of erstwhile British empires. And again, I have told you that the gross enrollment ratio uh, will be increased to 50% till the year 2035. And world-class university will be built in this NEP 2020. As all of you know that there are multiple entry and exit in this NEP 2020. Then the GDP is targeted to increase 6%. Currently, India spends 3% of GDP on higher education, which will be increased to 6%. Then academic bank of credit is there. Credit is transferred from one institution to the other. Then we are having school students going back to the schools. National book promotion policy is also being maintained. Also, gender inclusion fund, special education zone for disadvantaged regions is focused. Then special data boarding Bal Bhavans need to be established. Autonomy will be given, an affiliation system will be completely wiped out in this NEP 2020. Then by the year 2030, it will be mandatory to have at least 4-year B.Ed degree for joining the occupation of teaching. Then for making the student prepared for future pandemic situation, online academic will be promoted on a large scale. Also, there are few drawbacks of this NEP 2020. Then language is a negative factor as there is a problematic teacher to student ratio in India. Thus, introducing mother languages for each subject in academic institution is a problem. Sometimes finding a competent teacher becomes a problem. And now another challenge comes with introduction of NEP 2020, that is bringing study material in mother languages. Then according to NEP 2020, student willing to complete their graduation have to study for 4 years, while one can easily complete his diploma and degree in 2 years. This might encourage the people to leave course in a midway. Then according to the NEP 2020, student of private schools will be introduced with English as much as earlier at the age of the students in the government school. Then academic syllabus will taught in the respective language of the government school students. Then this is one of the major drawback of NEP 2020 as it will increase the number of students uncomfortable in communicating English while in the section of the society. Again, NEP 2020 stress more on internationalization, where yoga, philosophy, Ayurveda, health, Sanskrit, Vastu Shastra will be promoted on a major scale. Brand building will be there of the institutions. Then courses in Indian languages, history, global context, literacy will be promoted. Then Indian education system uh, will have periodical report, annual report given to them, and national interest collaboration will also be followed. Then global citizen approach should be prepared to the students where critical thinking, communication, technology skills, cross-cultural awareness and adaptability will be more stressed. Indian knowledge system is also being stressed there. So, friends, sorry for interruption. Just a few connectivity issues there. Again, the knowledge system is one of the part of NEP 2020, where Indian knowledge system will also play a major role in this upliftment of this higher education system, where you see that there is now a gap between our traditional knowledge, traditional system, and the current knowledge and the current system. So we can say that for bridging the gap, this NEP has stressed that the IKS should be the part of this NEP 2020. So you see that in mathematics, in ecology, then in water management and transportation, what many things we can highlight in front of this is the Harappan and traditional water management system of Gujarat, then historical sites, uh, Western Ghats cave, community involvement in water management, modes of transportation and reforms, Grand Trunk Road, development of trading techniques, boat and shipping. Then mathematics contained in Shugla Shastra, weaving mathematics into beautiful poetry, Bhaskaracharya. Then evaluation of since functioning in India. Then discovery of Calicus by Kerala astronomer. Then Vedganga, Jyotish and measuring time and calendar. Then Nashtasastra Gyan and agriculture, vernacular architecture, forest management and urban planning, agroforestry tank, lakes and step wells. Then Indian economics and business model. You see that the history of Indian economics thought context from Dharmashastra, Shukratni, Mahabharata and Arthashastra. Then ancient agriculture in ancient India, manufacturing in ancient India, education in ancient India, wealth in India, governance, business, ancient business in India. Then also Indian business model based on 10-point formula that is family based, high level saving, self-employment, high entrepreneurial nature, non-corporate sector as a core of economy, community orientation, higher social capital, faith and relationship in economic affairs, society-driven economy, driven by norms and values. Also, the fundamental of art and architecture, traditional and historical town and planning, ancient Indian architecture, then sacred forest, modern contribution to the Indian architecture, then mathematics in India from Vedic period to modern times, then basic of Indian astronomy, then also ICT, use of ICT, academic and research collaboration is stressed in this NEP 2020 at international level. Then brand building abroad, then Alumni Connect, Office of International Affairs should be also maintained. Then the benefits of attributed to the higher education institutions is also attributed a lot main here. Then providing international exposure to the student through mobility, extending national competency in our student, faculty, staff, then promoting institutional strength through collaboration and developing international institution branding. Then monitoring and assessment should be then their key performance indicators should also be given, and also yearly progress report, remedial measures and transparent, continuous feedback mechanism. What are the challenges which are being facing by the international education in India? Countries like USA and UK are far ahead of India in education infrastructure. Then basis of international education is economic and political imperates, while India is yet to establish social justice. Then a foreigner who is studying in India experiences immense difficulty in getting employment here. Due to this situation, foreigners are less attracted. Then University of India are still teaching decades old curriculum. Along with this lack of autonomy in university, lack of government funds prevent international students from being attracted to India. Then what are the steps to attract the international student? You see that general cultural scholarship programs scheme implemented by ICSSR. It is for the students from Latin America, African and Asian countries. Then global initiative for academic network increase the engagement between scientists, entrepreneurs and students from all over the world. Then Connect to India is an initiative of Ministry of Education under foreign students are encouraged. Then also CV Raman Fellowship is there. So to conclude my session, I would like to make some points here that we should focus on three of also in the schools, encourage use of vernacular languages, also promote the study of Indian classical language, strengthen teachers' education, increase the use of technology in education, improve assessment and evaluation procedures, make school education free and compulsory for all the children aged 16 to 14, introduce a new grading system that does not use marks or percentage, implementing a standardized curriculum across all the schools in India and remove 10 plus 12 education system and implement a new 5 plus 3 plus 4 education structure and system and establish a new education commission to oversee the implementation of NEP 2020. So if there are any questions in this session, now this session is open for discussion. Any questions, friends?
Yes, participants having any questions, you can directly ask to Professor Rafi sir. Please anyone. If there are no questions, then we can conclude. Please anyone, please conclude. Can anyone confirm, please? Hello, participants. Can anybody confirm? Shall we conclude? Sir, I think we should conclude. Professor Rafi sir, if you could permit.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah. So on behalf of Malvi Mission Teacher Training Center, Sant Garge Baba Amravati University and Jagdamba College of Engineering and Technology, I extend my sincere thanks to Professor Rafi sir for his thought-provoking session on this higher education in society. So during your session, you have elaborated the concept of this higher education since from the inception of our freedom of our country and compare the different commissions that has been constituted for this higher education. with the recent era, that is the national education policy. Definitely, sir, your input will be valuable to us, and it will be impact on our teaching, learning, curricular research in the future. So I once again extend my sincere thanks for your precious time and thought-provoking session here. And with the kind
Thank you,
consent
Ankit ji.
of
थोड़ा जल्दी खत्म किया मैं. I have concluded a little
no,
early
no, no, sir,
because
don't
one
worry.
meeting is there,
Yeah, sir, yeah,
and
please.
people from Mumbai, they have Mumbai University, they have come to us.
Yeah, sir, yeah.
Sorry
So
for
with the
that.
kind consent of Dr. Rafi, sir, I would like to declare that this particular session, lecture will be over here. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, and thank you, participants. And participants, next session will be continue sharp from 2 p.m. Okay. So for 30 minutes, there will be a break. You can take the break, and we will start next session sharp at 2 p.m. So please stay connected, or you can take the break till now. Hello, Dr. Sharma ma'am.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon, ma'am. Shall we start, ma'am, if you could permit?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So, friends, good afternoon, all of you, those who have gathered in this virtual platform through Zoom as well as YouTube. Once again, welcome to all. Friends, as I have already told you that we have split today's session into the three different parts that are interconnected to each other. In the first part, we have already discussed the role of higher education institute in the societal development. Now we are moving towards the another part of the today's session, that is the pedagogical innovation. Friends, yesterday we have discussed on this concept of the OER, open educational resources, that the use of open educational resources, the common creative license in the development of curricula. And now, to extending that concept, we are today going to discuss the pedagogical innovation that has been very essential in the era of this NEP 2020, implementation of NEP 2020 with the one of the now eminent and scholarly expert, Dr. Khushbu Sharma ma'am. So first of all, ma'am, I extend my warm welcome to you to this flagship program and particularly to this session because it will be the very first time to you are delivering the lecture at our MMTTC at Gadge Baba Amravati University. So you are warmly welcome, ma'am. Friends,
Thank you,
Dr.
sir.
Sharma ma'am is renowned academician and the scholar. She has serving accomplished academician over a period of 15 years of experience in this field of education, specialization in the research and the development. She has currently served as a dean of academics at the Sridhar University, Pilani, situated in Rajasthan. She holds her PhD in the corporate social responsibility along with, with an MBA in the finance, MCOM in the business administration, and qualified the company secretary, company secretary, that is the IS. Her expertise span across the teaching, research, accreditation process, academic leadership, and the training program. She has published numerous research papers in the Scopus Index as well as the UGC Care listed as the peer-reviewed, reputed national as well as the international journal. She is the editorial board member of the renowned journals and the author of the 4 different books on the academics and the research topic. She has successfully supervised the PhD scholar as on the research guide. She has completed and the AICT research project, that is the Gyan Gunjan. Ma'am is the continuously engaged and having the extensive experience as a NAC coordinator for the NAC process. She was the resource person in the Investor Education Protection Fund train the trainers program. Master trainers of the IKS recognized by the UGC and the IKS division of Government of India. She has in panel with the expert on the meter and the FLEB Udyam and the other institution and actively engaged as a member of the Indian Commerce Association. She has participated and delivered lecture in the multiple faculty development program, capacity building program, and the research oriented workshop, and attended the conferences and the training session at the prestigious institutions like the IITs, IIM, AICT, and the other eminent institution of the Government of India. So friends, this is a brief introduction with regards to Dr. Sharma ma'am. She will discuss, not only the discuss, will interact on such an important topic, that is the pedagogical innovation, transforming the teaching and learning under the era of this NEP. So without taking too much time, ma'am, I once again extend my warm welcome to you and request you to please start with your session. Ma'am, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much for this introduction. And now I start my session. Pedagogical. Firstly, my voice is audible to all?
Very much
Is
clear,
my
ma'am.
voice is audible?
Very much clear, ma'am, and your slide is also visible, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. So the topic is pedagogical innovation, transforming teaching and learning under the NEP 2020. Okay. So firstly, we identify that what is the means of teaching pedagogy. Okay. In a teaching method, we have lots of the different parameters, different creative and innovative ideas. So that as we are the teacher, then definitely, firstly, we know about what is real means of what is a different according to the new technology. We have the different technological parameters, technological things. So The pedagogical innovation means introduction of the new and creative, effective methods of the teaching and learning to improve the educational outcomes. If we identify the things, then in a past, before the NEPs, we have the different pedagogical instruments and methods and technologies. Then after that, we also have the new scenarios. We also have the different methods, different technology, different creative ideas, innovative ideas, so that we communicate the things is a very practical way. Okay, because we start the things, we understand the things, and we transforming the things. If we transforming the things to the student, then definitely a student connect the things to the real worlds. Okay, so the simple terms in innovation practical practice means the pedagogy means you include the art and science. Okay, so you make the learning engaging, relevant, and impactful. Because if you start the thing, then your pedagogy, your methods, your technology is relevant to the real world. So the transforming these slides is actually my whole of the lectures learning outcome of this session is first explain the concept of the need and pedagogically innovation, understanding why the traditional methods involved meet the contemporary learning needs, why we start the innovative thing, why start the creative thing. This all included in my PPT. The next second thing is, just wait. Yes. The second thing is identify the innovation strategies and align with the NEPs. If we understand this, all the things, what is the innovative strategies, which are innovative technologies important for us. Then third thing is integrated technologies for effective teaching and learning. And the fourth is redesigning classrooms and practices for the engaging outcomes. Next, these are the objective of this session. Firstly, understand the innovation, then link the policies to practices, then explore technology and fosters skills. Okay, so we understand that what is a real means of innovative technology. So the changing landscape of the education. Firstly, we start that in 21st century, these are the some skills. It is very essential for all the teachers. First thing is critical thinking. If we start the analyzing the thing, if we will start the involving the things, the students centric approach, that time the real words is not included. The teacher centric approach. We are the student centric approach, so that we identify the student, we identify the society, so that we give the practical approach, practical things to the student, so student think about in a creative and innovative manners. Then the second is creative. Then I also said that the innovative and imaginative possibilities included in this, so that all the things are very easiest way, and we compete the society, we compete the student for the real world. Then third thing is collaboration, working effective with diverse teams. Okay, so in 24th centuries we have the these type of skill, like we are working in a collaborative way. Okay, so if we start in a collaborative way, then diverse things is comes in your and in surrounding to your. So the different teams you have, and all the teams have the different qualities, different calibers. So if you collaborate all the things, then definitely you complete all the tasks, all the things in a very excellent way. Then the most important thing is communication. The communication is very important. Because of that, if you start to explain something to others, then others clearly think what you communicate to other people's. Okay, so your expression clearly, your ideas is clear, so that you express all the things in a clear way. Because of that, if you start the communicating, then you'll start something to say, something to explain different other person, and other person understand what you say in a same manner you explain the things. Then the next slide is the NEP visions in transforming the education. So firstly, we understand about the what is the means of transformations education. Okay, so transformation education means you transfer these things, you change the things for the new teaching methods. You create a things so that the faculty, students, all the persons understand the things, new ways in a teaching, enhance the learning. Okay, the quality, inclusivity, and engagement of the things. So you think about if we start the teaching something, then a student actually in today's scenario we have lots of the platform to transfer the thing. We have lots of the platform acknowledge the knowledge. Okay, you have the student have the different modes of YouTube videos, different platforms, different AI tools. So the student and faculty also engage the things so that the things is very clear. The teachers and student have understand the ideas, understand the information, so that they communicating the thing, they explore the thing in a different way. Okay, so the first is holistic and multidisciplinary. This is also very important thing. Because of that, in NEP 2022, this includes the multidisciplinary education. Multidisciplinary education means if you have the one subject, you are the humanity background. It is not mandatory you complete all the things in a humanity backgrounds only. If you're interested in a science, if you're interested in a chemistry, physics, if you're interested in a management, you're interested in a, accountancy, then definitely you learn the things, you adopt the subjects particularly. So multidisciplinary means you have the one subject, but if the surrounding the you have the different programs and subjects, then definitely you adopt it. Okay, so the student have the lots of the choice. The second thing is conceptual understanding. If you the transforming education in NEP 2020, the you understand the concept, depth concepts of the all application or comprehensive ways. Okay, so if we start the understanding the things, then definitely it not means you give the information to others only. Okay, because information is different thing, knowledge is different thing. And if you start the things in a give only an information, then it is a not fruitful way to the society, fruitful way to the people, fruitful way for the students also. The next is rooted in Indian ethos, integrities, and are the rich culture heritage, the values, the knowledge, and the system. Okay, because Indian ethos are also very important, play a very important part of this. We in our rich culture, in our knowledge, we start the things, and definitely we follow all the guidelines, all the rules and regulations. The next thing, the competency based learning. Competency based learning is emphasize the experiment. Okay, means if you start some explanation, some chapter to the student, explain some topic to the student, then definitely you have the some ideas of experiments. Okay, if you have some ideas, then definitely you give the practical knowledge to the student. Okay, so theoretical knowledge you give, it's okay, but practical knowledge is very important. If student have the practical knowledge, if the teacher have the practical knowledge, then definitely they prepare the student in a very innovative student and creative student. So their mind is actually in a openness. They start the things in a creative or innovative ways. Then the important question is there, why pedagogy innovation matters now? Okay, so we have the traditional methods, we have the lots of the things in a past way. So why it is needed in today's scenario? We have the different innovative matters in creative matters, so that we give the best to the students, we give the best to the societies. Okay, so the traditional methods in today's diverse positions, all the approaches are not actually approach the points. Okay, so the approaches can be addressed to the learning lifestyles, the ability, the background. This is not that time. It is not you start the teaching in a chalkboard teaching. Okay, so in that time you have the lots of the different others tools, other methods, innovative technologies. So you start the things in a new pedagogy, new innovation technologies. You use the things, you use the digital parameters, digital method, so that you give best to the students. Learning expectation have also involved the today's student expectation is very high. Okay, because a student have the information surrounding the tools, surrounding the AI's parameter atmospheres, so that the student is also very intelligent. Okay, so in that time we have used to very different tools, different parameters, so that we give to the student in a very best way. So the today's students is interactive, digital, and personalize the experiences, and they are the surrounding the realities. They leave the things, they think the different manners, so that we give the best parameters, we give the best tools to the students. Next is preparing the unknown futures. The future is predictable, so that in the future way we think about that what is a new challenges we will face it. So firstly we prepare yourself. Okay, so that if we start facing the challenges, then we think about it, how challenges we will face in the future, so that we prepare now. Okay, we are not reactive, we are predictive the things. We are firstly assuming the thing, so that we create the things in a good manners. Okay, next is building in lifestyle learnings, the fostering curiosity, creativities, and love the learning to extend the beyond the classrooms. Okay, the students start the learning, but if you give the best environment to the student, then definitely student know all the things in a very creative manners. Okay, so it is also a very important thing. If we give the best atmosphere to the student, if we give the best environment to the students, then definitely we give the good product to the society actually. Okay, after this PPTs, I give one exercise to you. Practically, we do this exercise, so it is a very creative exercise. Okay, so the thing is core principle of innovative pedagogy. What is the core principle of this pedagogy? The first is learner centric. Okay, that time the empowering the student to take the ownership of their learning journey. Okay, that time I also explain the things. That time we are not using the chalk and board. Okay, we are not using the only the smart board. We start the thing involving the student. Okay, if students are involving to you, then definitely student have lots of the things in their mind, so they communicate the things to you. Then definitely the teacher and student collaboratively give very good things to the societies. Okay, so you give the ownership environment to the student. If we give the ownership environment to the student, then definitely that time student do very creative things, that time student do innovative things. Because if we bound the student, if we bound ourselves also, then we don't construct the things, we don't do the creative things. If we want to do creative thing, if we want to do innovative thing, then definitely you have the freeness. Okay, you don't have any botheration, you don't have any burden, you are not have any burden, then definitely your mind is working. Okay, that's why in say that in early in the morning your mind is very fresh. Okay, so that time you have in great ideas, that time you have the very positive mindset. Okay, so you give the learning centric environment. Okay, The next is technologically integration, enhancing the pedagogically with digital tools, whilst the keep human connections at the heart of learning. Okay, so technological integration is also important, because if we enhance the technology, if we enhance the things, if we enhance the different pedagogies, then definitely we connect the human beings. Because of that, the machine don't do anything special. The human being, human mind is having creative ideas. Human mind having creative, because the machine created by the human beings. Okay, human being created the machine so that they have the creative ideas, creative thinkings and all. So they use the technologically integrations. Then the constructivism. If we start the experience the things, we have the different knowledge, we have the experiences, then definitely we start the constructive the things. Okay, we start the collaborating the things, we start our knowledge according to the different scenario, different situation, different experiences, so that the core of this innovative pedagogy is the construct the things. Okay, so if we construct the things, then definitely after the construction we have the different innovatives and different things. Inclusivity is also important. If we start the things, then definitely the students, the other peoples are involved the particular things. Okay, so if you are the involving the particular task, you are involving the particular policies, particular ideas, then definitely you are liable for that. Okay, so this is also important. If we start the innovative things, then inclusivity is also important. Okay, so every student, definitely every student have the different backgrounds, they have the different abilities. So if we start the things, then student have the different background, different abilities, then they have you must be include all the student in a very positive manners. Engagement is also important. The student, if you give the lecture, okay, and the student is only listening the things, then definitely it is not fruitful. Okay, you give the lecture, the student also interactive to you, you also interact, some asking some question, the student asking some question, then that time the environment is very creative. That time we construct the things. Okay, otherwise one give the lecture, other different others are listening the lectures, then definitely it is not constructive. Okay, so the innovative pedagogies involve the engaging the students. Okay, inclusivity, constructive the items. Okay, learning the learning centric approach, and technologically integrations. Now it is important the teacher is from the teachers to the learner facilitators. Okay, the first thing is teacher start the teaching. Okay, that time the teacher's mode, the teacher's picture is changed actually. Okay, the teacher is not teacher now. The teacher is that time he is a facilitator to you. Okay, the student have the facilitator. You are the mentor of the teacher. You are the mentor of the student. Okay, so you guide the student. You don't teach the student. If you start the teaching, then definitely student listen your things. Okay, and keep your mind, because of their only and only examination. But if you start the things mentoring the student, then definitely student have a good image of the teachers. So in today's scenario, teacher is not like a teacher. Teacher is a learning facilitator. Okay, the traditional method, if we say about the traditional model, the teachers as the primary knowledge source of the students to as a listener. Okay, that time the student listen the teacher's lecture. So teacher student are only adopting the things. Okay, but that time a two-sided wave, not a one-sided. That time communication isn't two-sided. Teacher is also give something, the student is also give something, then after that they construct something. Okay, the next is guide on side. Okay, the guide on side is that involving the role. The teachers support the direct student exploring and discovery. Okay, if teacher give the good parameters to the student, the teacher give the best platform to the student, then definitely a student construct the things. Okay, so the new pedagogy involve that you start the student like this, you explore the thing, you discover the thing, you create the thing. Okay, so that if the teacher play this type of role, then definitely student do the discovery, student do the exploring the thing, student do the some innovative and creative work. Okay, so the third is mentors in the middle. The contemporary model, the teacher's designer in a learnings, and he is a mentor of the students. Okay, he guide to the student, he think about the student do all the things in a creative way, but the student have the things, have the knowledge, have the communication power, have the different pedagogies and innovative ideas, tools and method, then definitely he do it. Okay, the new teacher's role is that the today's education designers and learning the experiences, creative environment, and the student can question, explore, and construct the idea, understanding together. Okay, we encourage and reflecting the facilities, discussing, nurturing, and critical thinking. That is also important thing. Okay, so we encourage the things. Okay, we are the facilitator, we are the mentors. So our responsibility is that we we give the student, you are the discussing the ideas, you have the critical you have the mind, so that you create the ideas. Okay, nurturing like you think about the critical thinking. Okay, the problem is that, okay, so you give the solution in how you compete, how you solve these problems. Okay, so if we give that type of environment to the student, then definitely student give the best. So, guideline the learners and to discover rather than the simply delivering the information. Okay, so our responsibility that time is not we deliver the information only. Okay, see, because of that, in today's scenario, the student have lots of the platforms. Okay, there lots of the information they have. Okay, so our responsibility is very responsible in that time. We give the information to the student like a student create the thing, student innovate the thing, we are the facilitator, we are the mentors. Yeah, the next is models of the pedagogical innovation. Actually that time in today's scenario, we have the different methods, we have the different models for the uh, uh, teaching the things. Okay, for example, first is a flipped classroom. Okay, the flipped classroom is very important because of that. If you give the lecture to the student by in a video mode and all, then student listen the things at their home. Okay, then after that they come to the classroom, then they your role is you discuss the thing. Okay, so actually this is a very important thing. Because of that, the firstly student understand that what you teach in the classroom. Okay, so this is a different models, these are the different models we adopt it. Okay, so if we start the teaching in a these models, then definitely you give the grade to your students. Okay, so flipped classroom is a very important. Because of that, your role is not give the lecture only, your role is in a discussion part, your role is in a practice part, your role is an application part, your role is your role is practical role. Okay, so the student listen the videos, then after that come to the classroom, you discuss the thing, the student have the problems because of in your classroom if you have 30, 40 students, 40 students listen the videos, then they have different questions in your mind. Then after that all the persons are discussed, like not in this way the student asks the question, the teacher gives the answer. Not it is necessary. If a student asks the question, then other student gives the answer. Because of that, the environment is a discussion environment, group discussion environment. Okay, so this is a thing. The second is blended learning, the seamless integration in online and offline learning modes in offering the flexibility and personalization. Okay, so blended learning is also important. if you start the online and offline different learning modes, and you give the flexibility to the student. Okay, now we are also doing, okay, if possible, you take the class, you give the class in an online offline mode. Otherwise, you give the information and online knowledge discussions in a online mode also. So it is actually blended learning. Okay, the next is project based learning. Project based learning is a real world inquiry that drives and approaches where the student work authenticity the projects and over the extended the period. Okay, so you start the learning in a project based learning. The project based learning is also very important. Okay, so you give the projects to the student expand the things, a student see the things, then after that give the complete the project, complete the task, then after that you have the this is also the new pedagogy innovations model. Next is problem based learning. The problem based learning is focused on the critical problem through the complex open-ended challenges that mirror the real solution situations. Okay, so the problem based learning is that you give some problems to you give some problems to the identify some problems actually. Okay, so these problems is complex problems. Okay, so the open-ended give the challenges that really give the solutions to the society. Anyone say anything? Anyone have any doubt? No, I think. Is anyone have any question? No, I think. No? Okay. Okay. So problem-based learning is then after that the case methods and role play. Okay. So the case method is also important. You have the different case studies. You have the different role plays. Then after that you give the role to the students. Student play the role. Then after that they fit to them in a particular situation, in a particular role. So simulation scenarios and the real case studies for the deep experimental learning and through the immersions. Then the learning pedagogies and the leverage of the ICT and transforming the learnings. The technology allows to the personalize and expand learnings. Okay, to beyond the constructing of the time, space, creative individuals, the pathways of the every student. Okay, so the essential learning digital tools is the first is learning management system. In learning management system, which covered the first is Google Classroom. Okay, the second is models and Microsoft Teams. Okay, these all are the learning management system tools. Okay, so digital tools is also involved. Experimental tool is also the virtual labs, AR and VR simulations. Open resources sources is also available. The SWAM, MOOC, Snaptel, Disha. Okay, these also are the available. So open source resources, you registered yourself, you study by the online videos and all, then definitely you learn the things. So these are the platform. These are the platform you start the learning. AI power adapter is also we have the different AI tools. Okay, so we start the learning through the tools. Okay, in today's scenario, it is not important the things you information you learn from the teachers. You information you learn from the AI tools, but still the teacher role is you have the new pedagogy system, you creative thinking, you start the discussion, you start the problem solving thinkings, so that you give the best. Becoming the digital pedagogy, our goal is not replace the human connections with the technology, but enhance our ability to meet the each learner where they are the guide them to forward. Okay, so AI tools give the information to you, but don't give emotions to you. So if you have the information, then who guide to you? AI is not guide to you. AI is not a human being. Human being is a teacher. So you have the role like you give the guidance to the student, and guidance like the emotionally human beings have the emotion, technology not emotions, AI is not emotional, so that the humans play this type of roles. The education and landscape is evolving. The 21st century demands of the fundamentals shows how we approach the teaching and learning. NEP 2020 calls for the innovative, flexibility, holistic approach to move beyond the traditional methods, and pedagogy innovations are no longer options. They are essential to meet diverse need in today's learner and prepare them for the rapidly changed world. Okay, so educational landscape is also evolving, and you give the best to best through the pedagogies innovations. You give the best solution to the societies. Now, some blueprints for the pedagogically information reforms. The first is contemporary based learning. The focus on the experimental, multidisciplinary education that develops the real world skill rather than the rote memorization. Okay, so if we start the things like memorizing the things, okay, so today's scenario is not like this. You focus the thing in an experimental way. Okay, so multidisciplinary education is explain the things, you develop the things in a realistic problems. Okay, then you identify the thing, then give the ideas, then give this, do some innovative discovery things. Okay, not for only and only memorizing the things. Okay, so you don't study for the degree, you study for the learning. Then if you start the things, if you learn the things in that way, then definitely you compete the environment. The second next is 21st century's skill. They promote the critical thinking, definitely creative thinking, value based learning. Okay, so value based learning is also important, also essential for the global citizenships. The flexibility and integrity, the emphasizing the flexible curriculum while is the integrating Indian knowledge systems with the modern education. Okay, so your syllabus, your curriculum is also flexible. Okay, not a rigid part in this type. You have this unit, you learn it and give the examination for the degree purpose only, for the mark sheet purpose only. Okay, so yes, next is why pedagogically innovation is imperative. Okay, here is the things. The first is involving the expectations. Okay, so the pedagogy in innovation involve the expectation, changing the learning expectations and global job market demands. So you start the teaching, you start the thinking the things like what is demands to the society. Okay, so you prepare the student like the society's demand is this. So I prepare my student like this. So firstly, you identify what is the market demand, and according to the market demand, you prepare the student. And how you fill the gap? You identify the things in a new technology, new pedagogies. The next thing is experimental focuses. Experimental focus is essential shift for the rote learnings to the experimental hands-on learning that build the understanding. Okay, so experimental focus is this essential the shift to the learning and experimental hands-on learning that build the understanding. Then if you have the clear understanding for the particular task, then definitely you give the real solution. So experimental learning is that if you start something in experiment way, then firstly you identify what is situation, what is a problem behind it, so that you analyze the thing, you give the experiment, then after that result is this. The next thing is essential skill. The essential skill is need to develop the problem solving. Okay, so firstly need to develop the problem solving, then after that communicate, then team capabilities in the students. So essential, these are the very, very essential thing. If you have the problem but you don't have the skill, you communicate the thing, you don't have the skill, do ideas the thing, do innovative the things, creative things, so how can you solve the problems? So firstly you identify the problem, then after that you have the ideas, some tools, some technologies give the ideas to you, and definitely you solve the things. Okay, the next step is digital revaluation. The technology fundamental revaluations, how we teach, how we learn and access the student progress. Okay, so the technologically you involve the things, you teach, learn and access the progress report to the students. Now, the fundamental principles of the innovative pedagogies. Some are the fundamental principle of Indian innovative pedagogy. The first is learner-centered. Okay, so our principle is, our fundamental principle of the innovative pedagogy is, you are the learner-centric. Okay, you are not a teacher-centric. Learner-centric means student-centric. So, if you are the student-centric, then definitely you focus on the student only. Inclusive, the definitely all the times you include the student. Okay, so inclusive teaching, that the place of the student at the heart of the learning. Then tech integrated is also, I also explain the things, constructivism, collaboration and reflective. Okay, so if you collaborate the thing, construct the thing, then definitely student reflect. How student reflect? Student reflect in a discussion. Student reflect in a mark sheet way. If you take the exam, then definitely student reflect in a marks. Okay, so if you explain the things in a very creative or innovative way, then definitely student reflect the things. Okay, but if you have don't best guideline, best communicating way, then definitely student how to reflect the things. These interconnection is a principle creative the comprehensive frameworks in transforming the education in practice and outcomes. So these all I also explain: the flipped classroom, blended learning, project-based learning, gamification, and peer teaching. So these three are I explained. The thing is gamifications. Use the game machines like the points, beds, learning models, boost the motivations and engagement. And peer teaching is collaboration, the learning, the student explain the concept of one other and deepening understanding. Okay, so that you collaborate the things, you explain the things in a conceptual ways, you explain the thing in experimental ways, you give the simulation situation to the student, then definitely student learn the things in a very innovative way. So actually in today's scenario we have the lots of the different innovative pedagogies. So if we use these type of pedagogy, then definitely student have the student give the best result. So learning enable pedagogy is, the first is learning management system, LMS. The LMS also give the different tools environment, so that we give for example the Google Classrooms. Okay, we also all are use the Google Classroom, model, Microsoft Teams. Okay, so they are an LMS. Okay, they have the platform to the students, they have the platform to the learners. Open learning platform is also available, different AI driven learning. Okay, immerse technology, AI assistants. So all are the different technological pedagogies. So if we use the things, then definitely we give best to the students. Okay, so the remaining assessment for the holistic learning, if we start the assessment to the student, then how we assess the student? In the first method, and the traditional method is that student give the examination, then after that we check the copies, examination, then after that we evaluate the student. Okay, so what is a student doing in the examination? Okay, but in today's scenario, if we want to do analyze the thing, if we want to do innovate the things, then definitely we have the different others, also others parameters, so that we evaluate the student. student, we give some real problems to the student. We give some project to the student complete the project. We give the practical experiment to the student, then student do the experiment, then after that give the result. Then these are the practical things to give the student, then student explore they self. Okay, so if the student give and doing that type of thing, then definitely they have different actually different learning things. Okay, the assessment and innovative transformation evaluations in a one-time judgment is not ongoing the dialogues that support the growth. Okay, the first time, for example, I give one example to you. If one student give the examination and not score a good marks, that is not means of that the student have not knowledge. Okay, maybe some situation is different, maybe some reason is different, so that you don't assess like this. If you give some things to the student, then you give some different parameters of the judgments. Then gamifications and experimental learning, transforming educations into the engagement meaningful journey that connect the theory with the real world practices. It is very important, because we connect the thing in a real world, and real world have this type of problem. So this, what is the solution of this problem? So firstly we identify that this is a problem. Because of that we know this is a problem, so we identify the problem, then after that we give the solution to the particular problem. Then student also understanding the things. So we have in today's scenario, we have the different innovative and pedagogical tools. So we give the students, then student give the innovative discoveries idea. Student have different things. So the pedagogically innovation, I also explain the things, learner-centric approach. So learner-centric approach to focus to the active participation of the personalized thing. So the student are actually focusing the things in a participative way. Okay, so student are in a participative way, then definitely they give you are the personalized with the student. Okay, if you only give the only, if you start only giving the lecture, then definitely student not engaged to you. Okay, so if you give the lecture, then take the student participation, then definitely these are the participating thing, and student have great environment. Use the technology in different digital tools, e-learning platforms, simulations, virtual classrooms. You have lots of the different parameters, and definitely you use the all technologies. Interdisciplinary learning, connecting the knowledge and multi-subjects. Okay, so interdisciplinary learning is also important. You connect the knowledge in different subjects. Okay, if you are the science background, you connect the different accountancies and different subjects. If you are the taking the management, HR, then definitely you connect the things in with other subjects. So if you connecting the things like this, then definitely it is a create the innovative environment. Okay, and you also have the knowledge you according to your interest also. Okay, interdisciplinary learning, connecting always and always the multiple subjects. Collaborating the things, encourage the teamworks, peer learning, and problem solving the things. And experimental learning is also in the case study, field visit. You start the field visit, then definitely student, you give the project to the student, a student solve the project, then definitely these are the experimental learning. So actually these are the pedagogical innovation, or and you adopt the things, then definitely you give the best result. Reflecting and critical thinking, promoting the creativity, inquiry based learning. Okay, you don't give all the things like an answer way. You ask the question to the student, then definitely student engaged with you. So if you have some topic, if you have explanation some topics, then definitely you don't give the lecture like this is a definition, this you give the lecture like a question way. So a student use their mind, and then you student their mind, then definitely he engage, he and she engage in the classroom. So if you start the things in a reflective and a creative thinking, so student start the thinking, not listen the thinking only. Okay, so student's role is not like listening. Student learn the thing, listen the thing, then create the thing, analyze the thing. Okay, reflect the thing. This is also important. And the pedagogical innovation, in a glip, I also explained the interactive tools, the platform, cohorts, quiz. Okay, so we have the lots of the AI tools, we have the lots of the technologies. In that time we create the quiz, give to the quiz, so that the student answering the things, and definitely they have a different experience. Yes, the next is assessment for learning, not just for learning. Okay, the pedagogism shift is moving the summative and formative, the transformations of the evaluation and continuously improvement, and rather than the merely of the judgment. The feedback becomes the dialogue. The partnership between the educators and the learner focus the growth and development. So these are the practical approach for example, the details, the rubrics, and clarification of expectations, then reflective the generals encourage, then peer evaluation fostering the collaborations. Okay, e-portfolio tracking the process and showcase the skill over the time. Okay, so if you create your portfolio, then definitely you have the answer of the particular problems. You have the showcase, you have the your room now. If you have the different showcase, you put the things in a very systematic way, very creative way, then after that you don't waste your time. If you was to identify the thing, then definitely you know this thing is in this rack, this thing is a this rack, like this. If you start the things in a systematic way, then definitely all the things are in a systematic way. So you also give the practical knowledge to the student in a systematic way. So student also think about that, this is my rack, this is my problem, this is the things. I analyze the thing, give the answer. This problem is this answer is this analysis is this real words problem is this. So identify the thing, observing thing, like this. So outcome based education, different clear define the clear outcomes, align the learning outcomes with the programs and course objectives. Okay, so align the things with the course outcomes, course objectives. Then map methods, connecting the teaching and learning strategy directly to the desired outcomes. So this is also important. You firstly identify the teaching learning objectives, then after that the teaching learning, you implement the teaching learning strategies in a desired outcome, what you want to do, what you want to outcomes in particular. Then continuous enhancement using the data driven and feedback to the quality improvement. Yes, the next is the faculty development for the pedagogical excellence. The NEPs emphasize the faculty motivation, empowerment, and autonomies. Okay, because in previous slide also I also explained that in today's scenario the teacher faculty role is a very different. Okay, we are not only and only give the information to the student. Actually, we are the facilitated. We are the fill the gap to the student and society. So we create a bridge to the student and the society. The society have some lots of the challenges, some lot of the things. Then student are the product. We create this product, like this. They face the challenges to the society, so that we fill the gap. So we identify the thing firstly. We are the facilitator, we are the mentors, and we create the things, we fulfill the gap. Okay, student and the society. So the regular faculty development programs involve the like this. These are the faculty development program, so that the faculty also learn the things, faculty also understand the things, so that they identify what we do. The MOOCs and self-learning, the assessment, and the global resources for the continuously for professionally growths. peer mentoring, collaborating the learning communities, and where the educators inspire and support one another. Facility members and lifelong learning and innovators, not just the knowledge transmitters, but the architect and transforming the learning experiences. Then, Indian ethos in pedagogies. But before start this, if anyone have any doubt, then ask to me. All the person listen to me. My voice is audible and all, na?
Yes, madam. Yes.
Okay. You actually no way. Only I give the lecture now. No one's reflect the things. Then I think that all is listening to me or not. Okay, that's why I ask the question. Okay, the next is Indian ethos in pedagogy. Okay, the blending traditions with innovations. So, integration, timeless in Indian values and culture, the wisdom of the contemporary pedagogies, methods create the holistic education. Okay, like the Gurukul models. We know the things. The Gurukul model, you grow your body, your mind, and your spirit. The philosophy of the equal in relevant today. Okay, so that if you start the learning, if your mind is working, no, your mind is working, your body is working, spiritually you are the working. So if you start emphasize the thing, if you start the things like this, then definitely your full body, your full mind, your full intellectual is working. So value based and ethical education is important. Okay, use storytellings in the teaching tools. If you start the teaching, then storytelling is a very important. If you start the thing in a story way, then definitely the students understand things in a very creative way, understanding way. Okay, so after this sometime 10 or 15 minutes after, I give one we do one exercise. We do one simple exercise so that you understand the things in a practical way. Okay, so storytellings in a teaching tool, and if you teachers start the storytelling, then definitely the student learn all the things in a very creative and innovative way. Reflections and contemporary practices, and community engagements and services. Institutional support and implementation challenges. The first is fostering innovation, encourage the experimentations, and calculating the risk. Okay. Next is recognitions and reward for innovative and teaching practices. Then the IQAC rules promoting the documentation and best practices. These are the fostering innovations. And common barriers is resistance to change, establish the practice. Actually, if we start the things in a changing the things, then definitely these are the resistance to change. Okay, so these is also the barriers. Insufficient trainings and limited resources. Okay, then large class size, creating the logistic and challenges. In a large class size, then definitely lots of the logistic problem is there. So that this is also so you create the classes in a systematic way, like the 30 slots, 40 slots, so that you communicate each and every one. Assessment overload and reducing the times for innovations. Then overcoming barriers and practical strategy. What is a practical strategies for that? If we overcomes these barriers, these type of barriers, then what is the solutions? The first is conduct hands-on activities. Okay, we start the conducting the hands-on training, hands-on practices. So organizing the practically peer learning sessions, demonstrations. If you start the demonstration, then definitely you know how you complete this task. You simulations the things, you look the things, you experiment the things. Then definitely you think this is the solution of particular problem. Then leverage open source tools. Utilize the freely available digital platforms and resources to the overcome budget and constraints the while assessing the quality content. Then start the small with pilots, begins the innovative practices in the one course sections, and refine the best on feedback. Okay, so feedback is also important. If you start the things, then practically you do the things in a pilot way. Pilot means sample way. If you start in a sample way, then definitely you look the thing, what is the result of this. So you identify the thing, this is a result. So if result is good, then you continue the thing. If it's not, then you change it, you refine it, you modify it. Then share and scale success. Share and scale success, the documentation and model of the sharing across the departments, and create the institutional repositories for the best practices. Okay, so if you start the things successfully, you completed the task, creative ideas, then documentations of the things, then these are the best and the best practice to the society, institutions, and all. Inspiring the case study for in Indian higher education. For example, you think, you look the things, if you have the different such a way, if you give the practical approach to the student, then definitely student have the different result. Okay, if you only communicate the thing, then the result is not different. The result is up to the only parameters only. Okay, but if you start the things in a openness way, if you start the things in a give the path to the student, then definitely student have a great work like a great way. Your roadmap to the action, these are the roadmap to the action. The first is awareness and capacity building. Understand the pedagogy, innovation, and building necessary to skill the training and self-directed training. Okay, so if you give the training to the particular person, then definitely the person innovative the things, understanding the things, then they give the different result. Curriculum redesigning, then the curriculum is not according to the NEP, interdisciplinary approach is applicable. Okay, so you have the flexibility, you have the choice, you have the interdisciplinary alignments in the NEP visions, so that the institution goal is this. So interdisciplinary approach align the things, and definitely you have the flexibility of the choice of the subjects. Integrated and ICT innovation, embedded the technology innovation method systematically across in every course, not an odd ons, but the integrated elements. Next is mentors reflect and revise. Take the outcomes, gather the feedback, and reflect on practice. This is a very important. Firstly, you mentor the student. Okay, then after that, student reflect it. You give, for example, you studied, teach to the student in a 6-month semester wise. Okay, then after that, student, you take the examination to the student. Okay, so in teaching time, you give the mentoring student, you give the experimental learning to the student, you give the lots of the new pedagogy, so that the student learn the things. You give the field visit, you provide the best to best environment to the student, then student have the knowledge. Okay, then after that, you take the examination. Okay, then student reflect the things, then you see that our pedagogy, our innovation, our creative thinking is good or not. Okay, not in this parameter you have the good marks, you have the bad marks and all. Overall student growth is developed or not. The student, if a student is growing, if you feel student is growing, and not in a only marks purpose, in overall. Okay, so if a student have the development of the holistic development, then definitely you have the great ideas, you had the great innovation methods. Okay, so after the reflecting to the student, if you feel that my result is not up to the mark, then definitely you revise the thing. That time revision is also important. So this is a very best technique. You mentoring the student, okay, in a best way. You mentoring the student, you guide the student, you suggest the student, you give informations, you give the knowledge, You give the best thing to the student. But after the things, student have the chance. Student gave examination, student gave the feedback and all. Then after that, you continuously you assessment the things, continuously you take the feedback from all the things. Then after that, if it is necessary in your part, is it is not up to the mark, then definitely you revise the thing. And for example, if this is up to the mark, no issues about it, but still revise it. Because of that, the time is changed. Okay, time is not fixed. Time is changed according to the technology, according to the time. You change your pedagogy also. You change your mindset also, so that you compete the environment. Okay, so track outcomes, gather feedback, reflect on practices, and continuously refine the pedagogically approaches. So, the pedagogically innovation, empowering the learning, and educators, you are the change makers. The NEP 2020's vision, the technology enable, but you inspire. Continuously reflecting the leads and continuously improvement. The next is empowering the change, the collective journey forwards. The faculty change agent, the teacher involving the mentors, facilitators, and learning designers. Okay, continuously professional development, evidence based teaching, collaborating innovative ecosystem with institutions. So the implementing the roadmap is the faculty training and capacity building, curriculum redesigning, aligned with the NEP 2020. So if you align the things in a multidisciplinary approach, interdisciplinary approach, then definitely it is a according to the parameters. Integrated ICT tools and digital pedagogy. You use the ICT tools, you use the AI tools, you use the digital pedagogies, okay, because you are in a 21st century. Continuously mentoring and sharing the best practices. So you mentoring the things, things, you take the feedback in a regular basis, not like this. You take the feedback in a once, then after that, is it okay? Then it's okay. You don't take feedback in after some times. Okay, so you take feedbacks in a continuously way, so that you improve it, and sharing the best to best knowledge. So if we taking the things, if we start the things in like this way, then definitely we have the lots and lots and lots of the pedagogically innovative ways, methods, so that we give the best and best to the society, best and best to the students. Okay, so I given some these all examples now: flipped classroom, problem solving, project based learning, okay, AI gamifications and teachings. You start the teaching in a game way. If you start the teaching in a role play way, if you start the teaching in a GD's way, okay. So you have the use the MOOCs classes, you have the digital simulations classes, okay. So you give the blended learning, hybrid learning, okay. So these are the lots of the AI to lots of the models for the innovative teachings. So if you start the teaching in using these technology, then definitely these provide a best result to the you, and you also is very satisfied, because of that you give some knowledge to the student, you give some to the student, then definitely your expectation is that the student also give some result to you. Okay, so but necessary is what, if you start the things in a innovative way, if you start the things in an involvement way, then a student give the best. Okay, so this is also important. And some key aspects of this, the first is shifting from the transforming the teaching. If we starting the things like transforming teaching, then definitely student think about it, what my teacher give to me. Okay, so if we are the facilitator now, then definitely we give some things to the student, some parameters to the student, some new technology to the student. Then a student also elaborate the things, a student have the minds, a student create the things in a creative way, and we have the result in a best way. Okay, so now I start one activity with you. All are with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So, firstly, I ask one question to you. Uh, who is explain innovation pedagogy? If we start, I ask one single word to you, what is innovative pedagogy? So, what is the means of that?
Uh, Despite of
Yes.
using the traditional chalk and board teaching methods, whatever we are practicing years together, as per the recent technological innovations and seeing the young generation or the new students, young generation student attending your classes, basically almost every institution is facing that difficulty.
Yeah.
They are lagging with their concentration in the class because of the mobile attachment, seeing the reels and other addictions of social media. The
Yeah.
concentration and attention span has reduced down drastically.
Definitely.
Keeping
Definitely.
all these new generations limitations or generation gap, what a teacher is observing nowadays, we should also adopt newer and newer changes, technologically enhanced teaching learning method, so that we can attract their concentration and do the effective teaching learning method, so that the content delivery is effective and that will reach to the student mindset.
Yeah.
This is what I feel personally, innovation in teaching learning
Yeah.
or innovation
Definitely.
in.
Definitely, definitely. If we involve our student is involved with us, then definitely student and I, we give the different to the society. We innovate something. If we give only lecture to the student, some technologically, lots of the technology is available for the students. So why student listen to us? So okay, so a small exercise I created to you for firstly, I remember you all have the pen and paper. So you write. I give a 1 minute to you. You write the best teacher in your life. Okay. I give a 1 minute to you. You write. You written down the best teacher in your class in school education, primary, in senior, in college, and in higher education and all. Okay, so you written down the name of the teacher, not fake name, real name. Actually, this is a exercise to you so that you understand what is we give to the student so that the student remember to us. Okay, so you have the 1 minute. You written down the name of the teacher. You remember your teacher, but it is don't it is a real exercise. Okay, you don't write in a fake way. Really, if you learn your teacher name, then definitely you written down. Okay, you written down your teacher name. Yeah. Okay, the house is open to you. You say how many teachers you written down? Anyone? Anyone say the name? How many teacher you written down in your copy in your notebook? How many teachers? Anyone give the answer? How many teacher you written down?
2
1,
teachers.
2, 3, 4. Yes, yes, Shanshal.
2 teachers name.
2 teachers. Okay. Any other?
1 teacher, madam.
1 teacher. Okay. Any other? Akansha Shukla, 1 teacher. Priyanka Kadam is also 1 teacher. So, any other? Any other? Give the number to me so that we analyze the thing. What is happen in this exercise? Yeah, Aarti. How many teacher?
1 teacher.
1 teacher only. Okay. Yes. Actually, result is 1 teacher, 2 teacher, 3 teacher. It is very surprising. Okay. We have the how many teacher teach to us? Maybe around 50 plus 50 plus teachers in a primary
50
education.
to 60
different
UG, PG.
Yeah.
50
Yes.
to 60 students.
Yeah, 50 to 60,
60 faculty
definitely.
members.
50 to 60 teaches to us. Okay, but still we remember only 1, 2, 3 teachers' name. Okay, so actually I ask one simple question. Why I remember these teachers only? Because of that, these teachers have the different quality. Okay, if I close my eyes and I think about my teacher, then definitely 1 or 2 teachers in my mind. Okay, and these teachers have the different quality or others, because in my journey I meet 50 or 60 teachers, but still 1 or 2 in my mind, means these teachers have the different qualities. So that I give actually this exercise, I give example to you. If we are become like this teacher, this 1 teacher, so that we give a different to the student, different like this. Anyone? Akansha and Priyanka, Ajay, you give why you remember this teacher? Anyone? Chanchal? Anyone give me answer? How we remember these teacher only, 1 or 2?
Because their teaching methods are very different, and we
Or
remember that
more quality?
whatever they have taught to us, that we remember till date now.
Yeah. Any other?
They have related real life situation with the teaching methodology. That way we don't need to remember or recall that things during our examination.
Yeah. Any other? Actually, content wise, if we in today's scenario, if we talk about the teacher, then teacher give the information, it is not fruitful actually. If we have the information in a lots of the resources. Okay, so if you become a teacher in categories of these 1 or 2 teacher, then definitely you give the mentoring to the student, you give the emotional touch to the student. Okay, so that if you change the student career, if you change the student life, then definitely student remember to you. Okay, so this is very important. If we start the teaching like this, then definitely student learned me. Okay, so Akansha, Priyanka, Nalka, Vijay write 2 names, but not more than 5, 6, 10, and 12. Okay, before one more taking my class, class is offline definitely. So I asked this same question, then definitely that time the student gave the 7 name, 8 name, and 10 name, and they also give the some symptoms of this type of teachers, some qualities of this type of teachers. Like these type of teachers not giving and delivering the only content, actually they give the uh, emotionally support to the student, they give the exactly all over holistic development to the student, only not in the only syllabus wise. These are your syllabus, you learn it, you after that you give the examination and you got the good marks. This is not actually qualities of the teacher. The teacher give the path to the student. If we give the path to the student, then definitely student have the face the real world's problems. Okay, so this is very important. If we start the things in like this, then definitely student connect to you. If a student connect to you, then definitely you are the best teachers. Okay, so in today's scenario, lots of the AI tools is available, lots of the content is available on the YouTubes and all. So our role is that we explain the things in a practical way. We gather the student like this. If you give, I give this discussion point to you, then definitely we have these type of lots of the different solutions. And what is the means of this problem, what is the means of this problem, how we solve these problems. Okay, how we solve the practical approaches, how we solve the, how we you help the careers, particular career in your students. A student become the doctors, engineers and all, then how you help. Okay, so this is also a very important thing. So different, any other student, any other faculty give any qualities of the teachers, so you remember the particular teacher? Any other have any different quality? So we discussed the different qualities now. So if anyone have a different qualities and you remember the particular teacher, why you remember this teacher? What is a different quality? What is a another excellent qualities to the particular teacher, so that you remember this teacher? Okay, so this is actually our exercise, so that we identify that we are the teacher. If we are the teacher, then we have the different qualities. We have we use the different innovative methods, so that the student always and always keep mind in our name. Okay, so in innovative technology, in innovative pedagogies, we start the things, we do the things in a very innovative way. Okay, not like a traditional way. Okay, so the house is open to you. If you have any doubt, any question in my PPT presentation, then definitely ask to me. Yes, the house is open to you. If you have any doubt, any question, then definitely ask to me. Any discussion, not a question. If you have any discussion, any ideas, then definitely share with us.
Madam, normally we are in the era where in project-based learning is being repeatedly talked about. In your opinion, what is the impact of this project-based learning in this generation, or facing the challenges with this implementation of NEP 2020?
Yeah, definitely. Project-based learning is very important, because if we start the things, we give the you look the things in different institutions, give the some project to the student. Okay, so incubation center is also play this type of role. If a student have an idea, then we implement the thing. We take the ideas. Then after that, we give some suggestions to the student. A student start these projects. Okay, but the problem is there. If you start the things, if you start the project for only and only for the financial purpose, then definitely it is not fruitful. Okay, if you start the projects in a particular situation, particular you identify the particular problem, then after that particular problems you give the solutions. Okay, so why we start the projects? Project means if you identified some issues, some problems, and you give the solutions. Okay, you analyze the thing. Project like you analyzing the things. You take the things, you analyze the thing, then give the analytical solution. You give the interpretation of the particular situation. So if you take the project like this, so in that time we also, in according to NEP 2020, we give the projects in a curriculum, added in a curriculum also. Okay, so if we start the MBA programs, and if we start the particular master's program, and give some projects, some to the student, so student some give outside the society, then take the things, then after that conclusion, interpretations, and all the things, then after that give the result and analytics. Okay, so that we solve the things, we start the things, but still engaging the student is also important. If a student is not engaged with us, then we give the information, solutions, syllabus, projects, implementations, and all, the student don't do the things. Okay, so firstly we revise, we student mind, you are not a information taker only. Okay, you analyze the thing, you identify the thing, you are the student, so that you create the thing, you innovate the thing, so that you do the best to the for the society.
Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Any other? Any other have any question?
Yes, anyone else? If there are no more queries or the questions, then we can conclude. Please confirm.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Hello, Dr. Sharma ma'am, shall we conclude if you could permit?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, definitely. This is a innovative pedagogy. We discussed about it. Innovative pedagogy. We have the different innovative pedagogies, and definitely, if we start the things, if we start the education journey to the students for these involvement of these in pedagogy, then definitely we start and give the best result for the student also, institutions also, and the society also. Okay, so we have lots and difference and new different pedagogies, and these pedagogies, these innovation technologies is important for us also, because of that firstly we know the things. Okay, then after that we give the solutions, we give the things, informations, understanding to the others. So firstly we know about it, these are the innovation technology, these are the things. So in a real world 21st centuries we apply the things. So if we apply the things, then definitely we communicate all the things to the others. So in teaching professions, this is very important for us. If we do all the things in a best way, then firstly we revise the thing. And I also in my slide, the feedback sessions, the feedback session is a very important. If we start the taking the feedback, then definitely you give the, actually feedback is not in negative way, feedback is in a positive way. If you start you taking the feedbacks to the student, then definitely student give the some solutions to you, this situation, these things are like in this, so that you give the best and best to the society. So finally I thank you, give the thank you so much to all and all the team, all the participations, my students, and these sessions is I gave all the things according to the my knowledge. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Sharma ma'am. Thank you. In the today's recent era, it is very much important because everyone knows, and it is a fact that the decreasation of the percentage in the attendance of the classroom, because the student diversity and the inclusive education, the challenging point in the today's era. and we know that the decreasing attendance of the student in our classroom. So it will be really helpful, these technologies to inculcate in our daily learning in our classroom. And definitely, ma'am, your input you have given through this lecture. It is. I'm not telling that in the one lecture we can adopt all that things. It is not possible for all those things. But if we can implement 10%, 20%, or 30% also in our classroom, it will be create a great impact in our learning process. Rather than teaching, the learning process is very important. You have taught here, sir, ma'am. So we are really thankful to you, ma'am. Such a wonderful session. You have elaborated our concept towards the adoption of this new pedagogical innovations in our classroom. And definitely using these techniques, we can make our classroom from local to global. And that should be contribute to this policy in its ways. So I once again extend my sincere thanks on behalf of all the organizers and the participants for such an insightful and thought-provoking session on this pedagogical innovation in the era of NEP, and for your precious time here. And with the kind consent of Dr. Sharma ma'am, I would like to declare that this particular session will be over here and we will move for the next session. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. And thank you, participants.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for this sessions. I will take according to your guidance. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, participants, we will move for the next session. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. We'll take the first concern from our next expert. Hello, Professor Suresh, ma'am. Professor Preeti, ma'am.
Yes.
Good afternoon, ma'am. If you could
Good
permit,
afternoon.
shall we start, ma'am? If you could permit.
Yes, sure, we can.
So, friends, as I have already told you that we are moving towards the third sessions of today's third part of today's session. That is a very interconnecting to the second session, that you know that the research and development. Friends, you know that the innovations are happened through the research, and ultimately our universe is ultimately depending on this research, and particularly the development. The development is integral part of our research. And we being the teacher and we being the teacher fraternity, we have the responsibility to conduct such kind of research that should be contribute to our great country. So we'll talk on this particular most important component of this flagship program, that is the research and development, with the help of one renowned and eminent scholar, Professor Preeti Suresh ma'am. Ma'am, first of all, I extend my warm welcome to you to this flagship program and particular to this session. Friends, Professor Preeti Suresh madam is a professor of the University Institute of Pharmacy, and she holds the additional charge of the director of Malvi Mission Teacher Training Center at Pandit Ravi Shankar Shukla University, situated in the Raipur, Chhattisgarh. Ma'am has more than the 3 decades of experience in this field of higher education. Her area of specialization is the novel drug discovery system, nano carrier for the drug delivery. She has completed 4 different major research projects in this field of pharmacy. Under his able guidance, 11 students have been completed their PhD degree, and 2 is pursuing right now. She has completed MPharm thesis, that is 20 students have been completed under his able guidance. She was the registered member of the Chhattisgarh State Pharmacy Council, and most important thing is that ma'am is the member of the steering committee of this national education policy constituted by the Chhattisgarh government. She has formerly served as a professor and the director at the Institute of Pharmacy at Pandit Ravi Shankar Shukla University. She has recipient of the many more awards that include the Dr. Eric Dreklex Gold Medal for the best scientific presentation at the international conference in the Nanotech India, Kochi, August 2019. Awarded with the research fellowship at the International Foundation in the Japan 2005. Awarded with the Senior Research Fellowship by the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research in the 1997. So friends, there are a number of things that I could tell with regards to Professor Suresh ma'am. But today we will particularly talking about the research and development, and the personality who have with us has contributed in a very meaningful way in this domain. So I will not take much more time, ma'am. I once again extend my warm welcome to you and request you to please start with your session. Ma'am, please, session is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much for a very kind and generous introduction. And I am just one of you, I feel, and it is just by chance that I'm here as a resource person, because I know there may be many more faculty members who may be having more wider experience and exposure. But since I'm here today, and I would like to thank Professor Mohammed Atiq for inviting me and giving me this opportunity to come here on this online platform and share some of my understanding and perspectives regarding the theme that we are going to discuss today. As you all know, this program, this is the flagship NEP orientation and sensitization program. This is the flagship program of the UGC, where they are looking forward to sensitize the teachers from across the country. We are trying to reach out to over 15 lakh teachers to share with them what are the various provisions that are available to us through the national education policy and how we can implement them in our respective institutions. Because it has been more than 5 years since national education policy document was released, and we still there are certain starting problems or hiccups, and some at different states, you can say we are at different stages of implementation. And because education, this is in the concurrent list, that means that it is both governed by the government, central government and the state government. So in some states you see it has been implemented from the very beginning, and for the some states it is last 1 or 2 years it has been implemented. So any policy, you will understand and appreciate that it will take time to mature. So we all are at different stages. And so it will be my request to all of you, if during the session, if any one of you have any experiences to share of any other best practice that you may be following in your institution regarding the theme that we are going to discuss today, I will be more than happy to listen to you. And I am audible also. Yes, I hope I'm audible and my screen is visible also, right? Yes, can someone just confirm whether my screen is visible and I'm audible, right? So,
Yes.
so this is,
Yes, ma'am.
yes, okay, thank you. So, okay, thank you for that confirmation. So here you can see that this is just to give you a glimpse of the university where I'm presently associated with, that is Pandit Ravi Shankar Shukla Vishwavidyalaya, which is located in the capital city of Chhattisgarh, that is Raipur. But one more purpose to share with you is the motto of our university, which is derived from one of our ancient texts, that is Isha Upanishad, which says, Agne Nae Supatha Rai. And if we go by its translation, it means, O fire or O Agni, lead us on a virtuous path to prosperity. And one more thing I would just like to know from the participants, whether I should continue in English or should I be bilingual? Yes, please.
Can anybody confirm, please?
English will be fine, or should I be bilingual?
Both are fine, ma'am.
Yes, please. English will be fine. Okay. Okay. So, the basic purpose for sharing this motto of a university is because wherever we are, in whatever institutions we are working, our basic ultimately purpose remains to not only impart knowledge to the students, to empower them to have a prosperous life ahead, but at the same time to assure that they are leading the virtuous path in wherever or whatever roles that they are going to play. So, since the today's session, I have been assigned to talk on research and development, and I will be mainly focusing on what is basically research, why R&D is required, and how we can strengthen the research and its contributions. Uh, just a minute. So, during the next 1.5 hours, we will be just discussing why research is important and how we can take some small steps to further strengthen the R&D in our institutions. So, I hope you all have gone through the National Education Policy document, and you will agree with me when I say that this is a very critical document, critical in the sense that it is not only elaborating upon what are the various provisions and how we can bring about a change in our higher education ecosystem, but it is also very critically examining or pointing out like what have been the major issues in our higher education sector. One of the major issues that we all have observed, and it is the fragmented structure of our higher education system. Fragmented in the sense that we have classified or demarcated ourselves into different disciplines, and this specialization, we push the students into specialization very early on, right after you can say high school, where the student have to opt whether they want to study sciences or they want to go for humanities or social sciences or for vocational education. And as the student goes on, their area of study narrows down. On one hand, you can say that this imparts a very specific domain knowledge to the students, but at the same time, it is also observed that two things are there. One, sometimes the students may want to study different uh, sub-disciplines. One is two from humanities, one from choice is very limited, and the student. Another fallout of this is that the student sometimes fails to develop a holistic view because when he is confined to one discipline, he tends to see any issue or any problem from only the perspective of his or her own discipline. So you can say that this rigid separation of disciplines have been a major issue. Another concern has been raised due to the teacher-centric system of our education, where as teachers deliver the course or at the end of the program, what are the specific skills that the students need to develop that is sometimes missed upon. Although during the last few years, we can see that gradually we have been moving towards the outcome-based education, where we have the uh, programs, specific outcomes, course outcome. After learning this course, what are skills that I have that they must be having, right? Another major concern is due to the very diversity in the educational institutions. So we are a very diverse country, And this diversity also exists in the nature of the institutions that we are having, not only in the types of courses that are offered, but in the basic structure of the institutions. So, on one hand, you will see there are premier institutions, say like IITs or IIMs, or even the centrally funded universities or even the state universities, which have the basic infrastructure, and there are ample avenues for the students to explore their potential, and the quality of education is somehow guaranteed. But you will also agree with me that majority of our institutions are lying in the socio-economic institutions. You will see that they do not have the basic infrastructure. Even they may be having very few teachers, and with these limited teachers, we can very well imagine how or what are the challenges that they are facing. Because even though these teachers, they may be enthusiastic, they may want to implement some new things, they do not have that flexibility because the institutions are having limited autonomy. All of us in the laws, acts, statutes, or regulations, and which doesn't always give the flexibility to the teachers, right? And even though the teachers may want to do, sometimes their superiors, whether they are the heads, the principals, or directors, or deans, they may not be very cooperative or may not offer this flexibility to the teachers. And also, another issue is due to the nature of the affiliating universities. We know that we are having the structure where there are large affiliating universities are there, and under those institutions, there may be sometimes hundreds of colleges are affiliated under them. And these colleges may be located at a very geographically distant places, and due to the distance and also to the number of these institutions, it becomes very difficult for the university authorities to strictly monitor through these institutions. And another major concern in the topic that we are discussing today, that is due to the less focus that our institutions place on research. As you know, there are almost 58,625 higher educational institutions across the country. And out of these, only around 850 institutions are focused on research in any form of research, you can say. So you can very well say that it is almost around 1.5% of our institutions are having their focus on research. So this is indeed a challenging situation because research, as you know, it is a fund intensive activity. You require funds for the various activities that are to be conducted under research. And with this paucity of funds, it becomes very difficult for smaller institutions or smaller colleges to have or to encourage their teachers to focus on research. So, this is how you will see that the National Education Policy document has tried to address all these issues, whether it is that we can see that now there is more emphasis on multidisciplinary education. The students are having flexibility. There is the option of multiple entry and exit for the students. And also there is one very good thing is that now we are talking about continuous and holistic assessment of the student, because it is certainly very injustice for the students for the students that we are just assessing the students on the basis of 1 3 hour examination at the end of the semester, because all the students may not be good in writing examinations, and somehow this is not the correct way for the assessment of the students. So now with the NEP, you can see that it has stressed that we have to carry out continuous assessment of the students and also have ways in which we can have different modes by which we are assessing the students. And also there is, now you can see there is more focus on skill development. You will see that in the curriculum framework, there is an component of internship has been added. It has been stressed that we have to promote experiential way of learning. There is also now provision for the project based learning for the students, where the students can earn the credits by doing some projects, right? And there is suggest research foundation or NRF, right? Now, why this is important is because any higher education institution, if you see, it should have 5 core elements. One of the first core element is definitely teaching and learning, because the students are coming, they are being taught, they are acquiring current knowledge, they are learning certain skills. So that is going to be the one of the core elements of any institution. Second core element, which is somehow missed upon, and not all the institutions are paying or able to pay due attention, that is research and discovery. Research, you will see, it is also conducted in various industries, but their research is more, you can say, application oriented. They are not much focusing on the basic research. So the basic research, you will see that is conducted in our higher educational institutions, and they are the major centers where the new knowledge creation is also taking place through these research activities. Every year you see these Nobel prizes are awarded. Last, I think 15 last 2 weeks back, we have seen all these Nobel prizes that were awarded, and all of them, these are to those researchers who have been working since years in some or the other higher educational institution or university. And sometimes the research that we do in higher educational institutions, that is also able to contribute to the framing of the government policies also. Policy decisions are also influenced by research. I hope you all might have heard about this act of Manrega, that is Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act. What is it basically? And do you know how was it based upon? Yes, just a quick reply from all of you, any one of you. I hope my voice is reaching out to you. Okay, can anyone tell what is this basically? Manrega?
Rural Employment Generation Scheme.
Employment guarantee scheme that for the people
Guarantee scheme.
below the poverty, yes, for the people below the poverty line, there is the provision
BPL,
that minimum
minimum
100
wages.
days of employment is to be provided. Minimum wages and minimum 100 days of employment. And also that
Yes,
is
ma'am.
basically for the upliftment of the people below the poverty line, right? And it is interesting, you will be, it is very interesting fact that this policy was framed on the basis of the research that was carried out at the Delhi School of Economics by a foreign researcher. I think it was a European researcher by the name of Professor Eric Drees, who was in India for a research, and it was his research which ultimately contributed to the framing of this policy and of this act, which has been implemented in 2006 and still it is going on, right? So that is how you will see that the research that is conducted in higher education institutions can also contribute to the policy decisions also. Then any higher education institution, it is also the center where the students should have the opportunity to explore their creativity and their innovations. They should have the flexibility. That opportunity has to be provided to them, that they can explore all these potentials. And definitely another core element is the understanding and engagement, because the students who are coming to our campuses, they are just entering their adulthood, right? And they are in such an impressionable age, and this is the best time where we can develop in them the understanding about how to work in a society, how to develop empathy for the different segments of the society, how to meaningfully engage with their peers, with their faculty members, with the staff, and the community at large. So that is also one of the you can say the responsibilities of any higher educational institution, to provide such opportunities to the students. And last but not the least, definitely, that is whatever knowledge that is being generated through our higher educational institutions, or whatever skills that the students are developing, they should be able to give it back to the society. They should be uh, whatever the students are learning, they should not be remain confined within our campuses, but it is also our moral responsibility that we reach out to the community at large and try to find solutions for the problems that they may be facing. So you will see that among all these core elements, research and discovery is somehow, you will see, the weakest link in our higher educational institutions, where somehow we are not investing much. Uh, some of the institutions may be doing so, but in general, what we see is that this component is somewhat weaker in majority of the institutions. Now, coming to the basic question is like, what is research? What do you understand by research? Yes, a quick response from any one of you. What do you think is basically research? Yes, anyone? Research is basically, you can say it is a very systematic investigation, where in the process we are creating new knowledge, and sometimes we may be using the existing knowledge in a new and creative way. And in this process, we may be creating new concepts, developing new methodologies, or developing new understandings about any issue or any phenomena or any technology, you can say. So sometimes what happens is research may also involve the analysis of the research that might have been conducted by people before us, but we may be coming out with new interpretations, or some new or creative outcomes may come out of. So this definition of research, if you see, that is broadly in consistency with the broad notion of R&D, which is basically the creative work that is being undertaken on a systematic basis. And the basic purpose remains to increase the stock of knowledge, including the knowledge of humanity, culture, and society, and using this stock of knowledge for some new applications. So any research activity that is involved, that is basically containing two major components. One is the discovery of new knowledge, and sometimes we may go ahead and with this new knowledge, we may be able to develop some new technologies. New technologies can be in terms of newer processes, which are more faster, more economical, more better, or it can be in terms of better products that we are able to design, or it can also be in a way of the services which is provided to our customers or to our consumers. Now, there is one more term that we are hearing a lot these days, and that is your innovation. Now, what is basically this innovation and how is it different from research? Yes, please. Yes, I'm expecting an answer from you.
Already, some researchers have done some research related to particular field, but some value addition, implementation, or modernization with the help of newer technologies that will be termed as innovation in the existing technology by removal of certain lacunas or as per the recommendation of earlier researcher for whatever may be the future scope of studies in their research they have mentioned. If we could able to achieve that, that can be termed as innovation.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So, but one important component is that any work, we can term it as an innovation only when you say that there is a practical implementation of those new ideas. Research may give a new concept, but it may not be sometimes practically implemented. But innovation is when we are practically implementing those new ideas, which may be new or which may have some novelty, which may be an improvement, or it can be disseminating these ideas and technology. But the major thing is that it should lead to revenue generation, or there should be any economic value attached to it, or it should be beneficial for the society, right? Only then we can call it as an innovation. So during the last few years, we can see that there has been a very vibrant or vibrancy in this innovation ecosystem. And you will see that now we have emerged as the third largest startup ecosystem in the world. And in 2016, you will see there were only 500 startups were there. But as of January 2025, as these statistics, now we are more than 1.59 lakh startups. And just if we see the sector of biotechnology, where we had only 50 startups in 2014, but now there are more than 66,000 startups in specifically in biotech sector. And this has been majorly possible due to two major flagship programs of the government. One is the Startup India scheme, and second one is the Stand Up India scheme, right? And the Startup India, you can see, is basically where if any idea has the potential to grow up into a startup, then you will be given financial assistance, and this financial assistance is provided at very low interest rates. And apart from the this financial assistance, you are also provided hand holding. That is, you are supported through advisory. There are people from industries who will be assisting you in incubating your idea and building it into a full grown company. So this is, you will see that this has immensely contributed to the what vibrancy or growth in our startup ecosystem. So not only the number of startups have increased, you will see after 9 years of Startup India scheme, but it has also been able to generate employment also. 16.67 lakh new employment have been generated as of October 2024. And somehow it has also contributed to the, you can say, the women empowerment, because almost half of these startups, that is around 73,000 startups, they are having at least one women director also. And the second scheme that has been very instrumental in strengthening this ecosystem, that is the Stand Up India scheme. And this Stand Up India scheme is basically for the marginalized sections of the society, whether we are talking about women entrepreneurs or the entrepreneurs from the SC/ST community. So the basic objective of this scheme is to provide support to these entrepreneurs from this section, to empower them, to make them more enterprising, and to provide employment opportunities to them. So if we try to compare and see how innovation ecosystem is related to the research, you will see that just like if we compare it with a seed here is maybe an idea. So before you are sowing a seed, the first thing that we have to take into consideration whether the ground is prepared properly or not. And that is what preparation of the ground is, what education is all about. And the next thing that we will be concerned about is whether the soil is able to provide a nurturing environment or not. That is what information and research is all about. And it is very rightly said that the research is the engine which drives the innovation. And as the seed breaks out into a seedling and it starts growing, our next concern remains whether there are some plants or weeds which are going to hamper the growth of our that particular plant. So our what how do we assist the plant to grow? By removing those weeds. This is what the hand holding or the protection from competition or deregulation or the relaxation of the rules is all about. And if a small plant, if it has to reach to its full potential of a tree, we have to ensure that is has getting a constant supply of various resources, whether it is water or sunlight or oxygen or nutrients. And that is why financial support comes very crucial for the growth of any idea into a full startup company. So that is how you will see the research is or a major contributor to the innovation as well. And you in your institutions also you must be having these institution innovation councils where you might be conducting different activities to sensitize the students towards entrepreneurship. You must be conducting ideathon and hackathons where if there are some potential ideas which can be grown up into a full company, some financial support and handholding might be provided to the students as well. So you will see that this potential and progress of India's innovation ecosystem can be reflected through the rise in our global innovation index. As of 2015, we were at the 81st rank, but now we have climbed up 2024. We have climbed up to has been the major control, not only the public and private sectors, but also the academia has also played an important role. And civil society, no doubt, has also played a crucial role in this. So there are many shining examples as to how our R&D has been faring so far. You will see that we have emerged as the leaders in the number of sectors, whether it is IT industry or the automobile industry or the pharmaceuticals or the telecommunication sectors, even in the emerging areas of, say, artificial intelligence or IoT or your data analysis. We have emerged as leaders where our products and services are exported, you can say, worldwide. And not only we are leading exporters in all these areas, but we are also able to provide trained manpower for all these sectors. And because I'm coming from the pharmaceutical sciences background, I would just like to share how the pharmaceutical industry in our country is one of the leading industries in the world, where majority of, if we just take one example of globally, almost 60, we are able to meet 60% of the worldwide need of the demand of the vaccines. Even the WHO, which uses or procures vaccines for conducting the various vaccination drives across the world, it procures 70% of its products from the Indian manufacturers, because we are not only able to provide quality products, but that also at very economical prices. So how all this has been possible? It has been possible only due to the rigorous research activity that is being conducted by our government institutions and also by the private vaccine manufacturers. Now, the next question that comes to our mind is, why is it, we know that why R&D is important, or what important role it has been playing in the economy of the nation. But the question that obviously comes to our mind when we are associated with higher educational institutions is, why should we at higher educational institutions be engaged in research? So, any responses from the participants?
For this question, ma'am, why are HEIs engaged in conduct of research? Hello? Hello?
Yes, yes.
For this question only, no, why are HEIs engaged in conduct of research?
Research, yes.
Because in higher educational institution, mostly where postgraduate and doctoral research program are being offered, students are pursuing their research work as a part of their curricula. But in addition to that, they have to, every HEI has certain societal obligation. They have to give back something to society in resolving the problems or troubles faced by the common man by way of innovation, some certain technological innovations that has been made possible through this research work, so that they can be helpful to the society in general to resolve their troubles, problems, and helpful to mankind in uplifting their lifestyle. Also, various funding agencies are also there. They are also sponsoring certain projects to HEI in accomplishing their research work. In addition to getting award of their PG degree as well as doctoral degree, there is a good satisfaction in overall. The institute get benefit in grading, ranking, just like NIRF and other ranking institution, acquiring the NBA and NAC accreditation. Likewise, many more benefits are accrued to the educational institution by way of promotion of research.
Yes, very well put. May I know your name? Yeah, please. And from
Dr. Vijay
which
Bhambere.
institution are you?
Same, ma'am. Host
Okay.
institution, Jagdamba College of Engineering
And
and Technology, Yavatmal.
okay, yeah. So you have pointed out many why it is significant, why research has to be an important component in higher educational institutions. So I will just elaborate on some of the points, like why it is important, because when we as teachers we are engaged in research, we remain updated about the what are the recent advances that are taking place in our respective disciplines, and whatever these new knowledge that we are acquiring, we are able to bring to our classrooms. So our students are also indirectly benefited by the exposure that as the faculty members are having about research. So this naturally improves the quality of education that is being offered through our institutions. And you will see, you take any institutions where research is focused upon, you will be able to attract the meritorious students to your institutions. There will be better retention of the faculty members also, because the faculty members will be getting opportunities to explore their research potential as well. And as our participant has also pointed out, that whether we are going for NAC accreditation or we are participating in NIRF, we see that there is significant weightage is there given to the research, right? So you can say that any institution which is doing well in this field, it will ultimately be assured of getting a higher grades or for accreditation. It will have a higher rank in the NIRF. So all these things are ultimately reflected in the standing that our institution will be having. And when we are talking about research, it is not only related to institutions, it is also reflected in the nature and the type of publications that we are having. And if our faculty members are focused on research, they will be writing research proposals, submitting it to various funding agencies. And if your institution is getting these fundings, right? So all these things are counted on when you are applying for all these for NAC accreditation or for NIRF. Another major advantage is that it helps to develop critical thinking skills in our students. So when we are engaging our students in some research projects, even if it may be a very small research project, but the student has to go through the current literature, has to analyze it, has to critically think about it, and then work on their project, right? So this helps or gives the opportunity for us to develop the critical thinking skills in our student. And it also creates a very dynamic environment in our institutions, because when the focus of our institution is on research, you will see that there will be scholars coming from, or research scholars, they will be going out for different conferences, seminars, they will be presenting their research work. And whatever exposure that they are getting through these interactions, that will ultimately create a more dynamic environment, academic environment in your institution. And it also leads to groundbreaking discoveries also. Like one of the like Manrega, I had just pointed out how the research which was conducted in the in a educational institute contributed to the policy decisions. Similarly, during the COVID times in the USA, the enzyme, the vaccine that was introduced by Johnson and Johnson, that was on the basis of one of the research that was conducted at the Harvard University, right? So that is also one of the important rules. Then, as was pointed out by a participant, like it also gives us an opportunity to find solutions for the problems that the people around us, the society, may be having, and we can find some solutions for their issues or their concerns. And last but not the least, what is very important is that this also stimulates the economic growth. Because if our faculty members are interested in research, they will be trying to identify the funding agencies, they will be applying for research projects, and if their projects proposals are approved, your institution will be getting the fund which will be useful in not only creating a good infrastructure for research, but also contribute to the further enrichment of the research that is being conducted in your institution. Similarly, sometimes we may not be having all the facilities in our institution. We will be then trying to collaborate or partner with other institutions also. So the research, you can see that it also gives us or it opens up the avenues, you can see, where we can go for collaboration or partnership partnerships with other institutions. Now, just quickly share some statistics with you where you will see that how much we are actually spending on R&D. So this figure is expressed through the gross expenditure on our expenditure on R&D is very, very less in comparison to, say, developed countries, say like Germany or Israel or UK or US. Even Mexico or Russia, they are also spending much. We are spending. So you can see in this graphical representation, although it is the data till 16, 20, 17, but still this is relevant because over the years, we will see that there has been the blue bars that you can see, that is the expenditure on R&D has been progressively increasing. So this gives us an impression that there has been more contribution for the R&D activities, but this is only half the side of the story. If you just try to compare it, like what is the percentage of GDP that we are spending on R&D, this value has somehow remained constant at around 0.68 to 0.69%. Why this percentage is important? Because this is the indicator for the World Development Indicators, which is published by the World Bank. And as on for 2020, the spend of GDP on research for us have been only 0.65%, which is very, very less in comparison to what US is spending, or China, our biggest competitor in the global market, 2.43, or Germany 3.14, because although already these countries have a higher GDP than us, and out of that also they are spending much more on the R&D. So there are basically four sectors, you can say, which are contributing to the expenditure on R&D. One is the government agencies. Second one is the private business enterprises. Third one is the higher education sector. And fourth one is the private non-profit organizations. So if you just closely see the highlighted portion where what is the status here, you will see that we are more dependent upon the government funding for the research. 56.1% of our funding for research comes through the various government funding, which is in contrast to all other countries. You can see their contribution of government is not so much. So our dependency on government funds is very much for the research. And similarly, the for the contribution by private business enterprises, where the contribution by businesses is relatively less. Whereas for other countries, you can say the contribution of private business enterprises is much, much larger, more than around 70%. Similarly, for the higher education, to what other countries are spending, say, seven organizations, that their contribution is almost negligible. So this is also showing us the way, like what are the various pathways or the sectors that we have to target for getting the funding for research. But here, I would also like to point out one thing, that when we are talking about receiving funds for research from the private business enterprises, then the outcome of our research has to be more of application oriented, because somehow it is an unpleasant fact that the research that is being conducted in our higher educational institutions, somehow they remain confined within the PhD theses or the dissertations or some publications which may not be quality publications also, because focus has somehow shifted to the number of publications, the publication metrics, where which may be required for improving our API, for our career advancement of the teachers. But At the same time, we have to think about it, about how we need to focus more on quality research instead of quantity of research, because only then I think we will be able to get more funding from the private business enterprises. And quickly, most of the government funding that we are getting for research, that has also lopsided in the sense that almost majority of the research funding goes to the almost 50% goes to the defense research and space research. And definitely this has contributed to achieving many milestones in these areas of defense research and space research, but other areas have sometimes struggled to get the research funding. What is quickly, I would like to add, what is NEP saying about research? NEP very categorically points out that research and innovation, these are important to enhance the quality education. Quality education doesn't only your curriculum or the classrooms or the physical structures that you're creating, but research and innovation also has is stressed upon if you want to achieve quality education. And also it is highlighted that we will have to promote quality research within our higher educational institutions, because until and unless we are able to integrate research, innovation, and technology development, we may not be able to fulfill our aspiration of achieving the status of Atmanirbhar Bharat or self-reliant, sorry, or the status of self-reliant India or uh, Atmanirbhar Bharat. So that is how you will see that it is being cells in our institutions have to focus upon multidisciplinary approach in education. Why multidisciplinary approach in education is required? Because unless and until the students are having this exposure, we may not be sure that the student will have the four important skills that are that are required. One is the curious mind. Second is the creativity. Third one is the analytical thinking abilities. And fourth one is the critical thinking abilities. All these skills should be developed right from an early age, because unless and until the students are having these four skills, we cannot be sure that when that individual, he or she may not be able to frame the right research question, and which is very important for getting the meaningful outcomes and solutions. So with this objective, as I highlighted earlier also, it has been suggested that we have to establish the R&D cells in our institutions, and the UGC has also come up with these guidelines where it is a very small document you can download from the UGC website. It is hardly 5 to 6 pages. And you can see, I hope in some of your institutions, you must be having the R&D cells. And why these R&D cells are required, or what will be the major objectives? One is to create a conducive environment, because it is generally observed that we are not very, in our higher educational institutions, we are not very open up to collaborating with other departments of our college or of our university. So it is highly encouraged that we will have to go for multidisciplinary or transdisciplinary research. And not only we have to collaborate with other academic institutions, but also with the industry and also with the communities around us. Second is because for research, we need to mobilize the resources. So this R&D cell will facilitate the access of resources, because you should have a research policy of your university. You should identify the thrust areas of your university. because that will help you to point out like what are the areas in which your institution would like to submit the research proposals. You have to support the faculty members in writing good research proposals, because writing good research proposals is also an art and science both. So if the faculty members require some support, that support has to be provided. And if the research involves some IPRs, we should also have an IPR policy in place, because even partners or collaborators are involved, what will be the sharing of the outcomes of the research? If then some you are going to apply for the patents, who will be the first who will be the first application holder? That also everything has to be very cleared upon. Then another one is you will also have to, because research is a very dynamic field. There are uh, innovations are taking place. There are newer technologies are coming up. So it requires that we have to conduct or offer training programs or workshops or mentorship opportunities for the faculties and students from time to time. So that also has to be taken into consideration. And also at all points of time, we also have to assure that we are promoting ethical research, because there are no chances or there is no scope that we can escape the issues that can arise due to plagiarism, or if you're not complying with the uh, suitable approvals for following certain protocols. For example, if you are handling biological samples, you should have the biosafety standards at place. If you are handling, say, animal subjects, animal studies are involved, then your study protocol should be approved by the institutional animal ethical committee. If you are handling human subjects, even if you are carrying out some survey studies also, then you may require the ethical approval from the institutional human ethical committee. So all these things are to be taken care of by the R&D cell. So it is encouraged that every institutions should establish an R&D cell, and this R&D cell, because every institution has its own strengths, it has its own needs, it has its own context. So according to that, you can establish the R&D cell. And it is also important that in the R&D cell, there should be representatives from different disciplines and different stakeholders. It should not be that only one or two departments are represented in the R&D cell. There should be university or college, and also industry, the alumni, right? So this is how the organizational structure of R&D cell has been proposed, where there will be a research advisory council, which will be chaired by the vice chancellor of the university or the principal of the college, and they can also nominate someone else to be the chairperson. And under them, there will be a director of the R&D cell who will convene the proceedings. And because number of activities are to be carried out, many things are to be monitored. So for decentralization, many subcommittees can also be formed. For instance, one committee can look after the finance and infrastructure. Another committee can look after the research programs, the development of the policy. Another committee can look after the signing of the MOUs with the different partners or communities. And if there are some scope for commercialization, that also can be handled by one another committee. And one committee can be fully dedicated to address to the various legal or ethical matters or the IPR issues. So on the line of this, in my first to second slide, as I had highlighted, that NEP has proposed the establishment of a National Research Foundation. So on that lines, Anusandhan National Research Foundation has been established, And this is, you can say, in today it is the apex body which will which is providing high level strategic direction of scientific research in the country as per the recommendations of the NEP. And the basic objective is not only to forge collaborations among the industry, academia, and government departments and research institutions. And also the areas that has been identified for now, these include the fields of natural sciences, including mathematical sciences, engineering, technology, environmental and earth sciences, health and agriculture. And this is also, we have to also understand that this doesn't mean that there can be no involvement of researchers from the humanities and the social sciences, because ultimately if you want to take the outcomes of these research from these areas to the society, we may require the expertise or the support of the people from humanities or health, social sciences, so they can also be included in these research proposals as OPIs also. So, how can we reform research in our higher educational institutions? There are some small ways in which we can go about it. First and foremost is we have to learn to partner and collaborate, because, as I said, we may not be having all the necessary infrastructure or the expertise. So, that can be fulfilled by partnering or collaborating with others. Second is what the NEP is now offering, where now we can encourage student research programs, because as you know, in the current times when we are moving towards 4-year undergraduate program, although the undergraduate program has already been existing for the professional courses, say like engineering or technology or pharmacy. So, but apart from that, now even the conventional programs of say BA, BSc or BCom, they will be offered as a 4-year undergraduate program. But now, since so there is a now provision that in the 4th year, the student who has scored above 75% marks during the first 3 years, they can opt for, in the 4th year, they can do earn their credits by some research projects also. So if the student is scoring above 70%, that choice is available, that they can, in the 4th year, they can, instead of studying the courses or some other papers, they can go for research projects. And the such students will be getting the degree of with research, that is BA with research or BSc with research or BCom with research. But for the students who have scored below 75% marks during the first 3 years, or if by choice they do not want to go for the research, then they can choose other uh, s- courses and they can earn the degree, that is BA honors or BSc honors or BCom honors. So now with NEP, we see that now more and more of undergraduate students will also be engaged in these research projects or research programs. And the students who are completing these 4-year undergraduate program with research, they can directly enroll for the PhD program as well. So that provision is now being made available for the student. Another is by offering teaching or research assistantships to both the undergraduate and graduate students. So in this way, the students will be getting an exposure of working on research projects. It will not only help them, assist them financially, but it will also give them an exposure or hands-on training for working on research projects. And last but not the least, what is very important is, if we want that the students should conduct meaningful research, they should have access to latest information and resources. And for that, we may have to update our libraries or databases, and we should also have access to it. One of the major concerns that was faced by the at various academic institutions was that the subscription of the journals is very costly proposition, and it is near to impossible for the colleges or even for the universities also to subscribe to all these quality journals from the different disciplines, right? That was the challenge we always had. But now with this one nation, one subscription, this scheme where there is this portal which can, if your institution is connected through InflibNet, you will be having access to this. And in this, you will have digital access to various scholarly research journals and articles. And you will be happy to know that with this model, we are able to reach out to over 1.8 crore students, faculty members, and researchers in more than 6,300 institutions, including the higher educational institutions and central R&D institutions. So just a quick example about how during the last many years, the faculty members in our university, they have been writing very good research proposals, submitting it to different agencies. We have been getting research project grants under also unsupported under various schemes of DST PERS, UGC, DRS SAP, and DST FIST. And we have been able to create a really good research infrastructure in our institutes where very high-end instruments and some instruments are one of the kind in this entire region also. So the purpose remains that we have to understand and appreciate that there is a connection between teaching and research, because the concept of modern universities were established on this principle itself, that these will be those centers where there will be an interconnection between teaching and research. Because, but we find that somehow, when I say this, there may be any critics among us who may not fully agree with me, because they always have or feel that it is very difficult or impossible for teaching and research to go hand in hand. Because many of us may be more inclined toward research, and for such teachers, sometimes teaching appears more like a burden. And on the other side of the spectrum, there may be many of us who want to escape from research, and we always have this excuse that since my teaching load is so high, I do not have sufficient time to engage in research activities. But we have to remember that this is not what is expected out of us in higher educational institutions. We will have to focus on research, because it is not by chance that we all are PhDs, right? Which is a research degree. And it is anticipated that with this exposure to research, our quality of teaching and the research both will be mutually benefited by each other. Because both research and teaching, you can say, they are based on many common principles or common features. Both are based on pursuit of knowledge, both are based on curiosity, and both are based on rationality. So if we are able to integrate teaching and research, it benefits the teachers also, and it also improves the student learning. Because when we are engaging the student in even some small research projects, the student becomes more engaged. Because if you are just delivering lectures, the student may find it very boring, or they may not be much interested to further go into the intricacies of the subject. But when the similar is presented to them in the form of some problem or some assignment, you will see that the student becomes more engaged. And in the process, the student also develops an understanding about how actually knowledge production takes place, what are the various research methodologies. And when research-based learning is taking place, the students are also able to connect, like whatever they are studying in their classrooms, how it is relevant to their daily lives. Similarly, it also improves the teacher's research also, because you all might have experienced, at least it has been my practical experience, that as a student there were many topics which were not very clear to me. But year after year, when I'm teaching those very topics to the students, now I am developing more clarity on those topics. So similar is the case with the research thoughts also. When we are explaining to the students, when we are discussing with them the research thoughts gets more clarity, because for the students, if you have to supervise the students, we ourselves have to remain updated. So with the what are the current advancements, and with the interaction with the students, with their queries, we are able to find newer directions for the research. So how can we connect teaching and research? One is by uh, during our lectures, we can keep aside a few minutes to discuss, like whatever theme that we may be discussing in our class. We can discuss about or introduce the research topics in that particular theme that we are discussing in the class. We can discuss with them what are the current challenges or what are the current implications in the field, and what are the emerging areas that can be undertaken as a subject of research. So that can help to motivate at least some of the students. And also, we as teachers, we are also invited to different academic forums as guest speakers, or special invitees to academic events. So, in those forums, we can showcase the research that we are doing. And even though we are not getting such exposure, such opportunities, we also, there are so many social media platforms are there, so we can always prepare some videos or podcasts and showcase the research that is being conducted through our institutions or in our institutions. Similarly, we can also plan certain seminars for the students, because for this, we can beforehand, we can give some topics to the students. The student is critically examining or studying these topics, coming prepared and presenting them in front of their peers. There is a discussion between them. And in this process, we will be encouraging critical engagement of the students. Similarly, during our tutorial sessions where we are interacting with a smaller group of students, or even individual students might be there, so we can guide them for their research projects or assignments. Because in a class of say 50 or 60, only a handful of the students may be interested in research, and this is the best opportunity where we can provide them mentoring for their research interest. And also, we can also plan some workshops also, because in our institutions, we might be having certain softwares or certain equipments which are normally not a part of their curriculum, so they are not being exposed to them. But since we are having that facility, we can plan workshops around these instruments or these facilities to provide hands-on experience to the student. And there is always the online platforms, because we may have limited time with us to interact, to have face-to-face interaction with the student. But we can use these online platforms to share the materials, to answer to the queries that the students may be having on the research topics. But it is important, that is why it is important that whatever research areas that we are selecting, that should be in alignment with the local, national, or global priorities. Why is it important? Because unless and until your research is focused on these areas, it will be difficult for us to go for interdisciplinary or genuine partnerships with others. And also, whatever research that we are doing, that will have some contributions towards solving the problems of the people around us. So that is how you will see that now gradually we are being moving from disciplinary research to the multidisciplinary research. We all know about this. One concept that is coming up, that is the participatory research. Participated research is a bit different from the conventional research that we are used to conducting, where we beforehand we identify the problem by doing literature survey. We identify the problem, and then we come out with or try to explore the solutions for these problems. But in the participatory research here, in addition to the academic people from the academic with academic knowledge or from the academic background, there are also people who are having the conventional knowledge, or the non-academic participants are there. For instance, there may be a number of knowledge that is available within the community. The traditional knowledge holders are there. So we try to interact with them, try to go to them, identify the problems that they are having, and then come out with the solutions. So this is just I would quickly I would like to share. Like in our university, we have this Sangwari Hub, which is a community-based participatory research hub, and I'm happy to share that this is one of the 131 knowledge for change hubs across the globe. And this was established under the agreement between the Chhattisgarh State Planning Commission, then PRIA, that is the Participated Research in Asia, which is an NGO, and Pandit Ravi Shankar Shukla University. So we have established this hub, and it goes by the name of Sangwari Hub. And the word Sangwari in Chhattisgarh means friendship, friends. So this is how we are um, lending a friendly hand to the communities and going to them, identify their problems, and trying to suggest the solutions or finding a solution with the research or the expertise that we may be having at the academic institutions. So through this center, we are offering one certificate course on community-based participated research, and this ours was the first university in India to offer or to start this course. And also, we are also offering this course as an elective for the postgraduate students also. One important thing that I would also like to highlight is this practice of community-based participated research. This has also found a mention in the report of UGC on the National Curriculum Framework and Guidelines 2020 for fostering social responsibility and community engagement in higher educational institutions in India under the Unnat Bharat Abhiyan program of the government also. So the through this hub, we are conducting a number of fieldworks or research projects are being conducted by the students, which are revolving around the number of sustainable development goals. So we have identified these 8 sustainable development goals, and the student projects are uh, mainly being conducted in these areas. So these are, I don't think I have much time left. So just quickly, I will go through it. Like these are some of the projects that our students have been taking forward, and many meaningful contributions has been able to achieve through these different projects that has been conducted by the our students under the participatory research. And also this we have also tried to find out ways in which we can enrich the sustainable economic growth of the this is the Baga tribe is there, which is a part of the PVTGs, that is the particularly vulnerable tribal groups of this region. They have a very rich tradition of uh, using medicinal plants for the various ailments. So these ethno-medical practices, these are also being documented, and we are also helping them to support them how they can explore this for their sustainable development also. And as a part of one more, before I end, one more project that I would like to highlight is like our university. We have we have collaborated, or in fact, we have got a funding from the IIT Bhilai Innovation and Technology Foundation under the National Mission of Interdisciplinary Cyber Physical Systems program of the Department of Science and Technology. And under this, we have got the funding for 5 different research projects. And all these projects are interdisciplinary projects. So that is why I have said that the need of the hour is that we have to come together as an interdisciplinary research team. And as you can see from the theme that we are working on, and we were basically trying to develop a cost analysis based tool for enhancing the accessibility of medicine in tribal population of Chhattisgarh. So definitely, because it is dealing with the medicinal products, we have co-PIs and PIs from the pharmaceutical sciences, but also co-PI from the from the social sciences, from the economics, because it is a cost analysis based tool. But since because we are also looking forward to develop a mobile app, we also have co-PIs from the computer sciences department as well. So the need of the hour is definitely that whatever research uh, we have to conduct through our research through our institutions, we have to look for collaborations. And why this is important, I think there is a small video. You will be better able to appreciate. Some people So I hope you will now better appreciate why interdisciplinary approach is important. Because you see, whatever problems that we are facing nowadays, these all are complex problems, and they all are multidimensional also. And no single discipline can fully understand and find solutions for their problems alone. Ultimately, we will have to come together as interdisciplinary teams. And also, when we are coming together from different disciplines, we are collaborating, we are able to come out with more innovative ideas, which might not have been possible if we were working in isolation. Similarly, the quality of the research is also improved because each discipline brings with them their own diverse methodologies, their own tools, analytical tools, data sources, which further you can say enhances the quality of the research. And also, our own perspective also broadens. Because when each one of us who are coming from a specific discipline, we have that bias to find solution for a problem with the understanding or the what the options our discipline is offering. So sometimes we miss out on the nuances of any issues or any problems or any complex issues. So that can certainly be addressed when we are working as an interdisciplinary team. And last but not the least, nowadays you see the funding opportunities are also more for the interdisciplinary projects. Government bodies or whether it is the private foundations, all are ready to support the research if you are addressing the complex societal challenges. So, in such areas, it is very, very important that we have to come together and work as an interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary team. So, that is all from my end. And if there are any questions or queries, I think you are most welcome to. So thank you. That's all from my end. Yes. Are there any questions or queries, or if you there are nothing, I think we can wind up the session today.
Madam,
Hi, yes.
I have one query. During your introduction, I have heard from Ankit sir, your research area is related to nano drug delivery system.
Yes.
In your opinion, what is the future of this technology, or how long will it take to reach to the common man in India? Because as you belong to pharmaceutical field, you are a bit aware the cost associated with the medicines related to some specific diseases that are being sold out at higher cost compared with the manufacturing cost.
So yeah,
And
yes, yes.
substitute is generic medicine.
Yeah, definitely. Like what you know, it is definitely cost is a major, you can say, factor. But we also have to appreciate that the companies or whoever are introducing all these products into the market, they have been investing a very large, huge amount of time and money for R&D for developing these products. And especially when we are talking about the pharmaceutical products, there are many uh, regulations which are governing these products. We have to go for the clinical trials, clinical trials, and this entire process sometimes can take a lot of time, right? So we cannot. So the companies definitely they will try to recover the cost that they have invested into the R&D, right? And that is the reason maybe why some of the products they are costly in the initial beginning, but once they are out of the patent period is covered, say after the initial application, after say 20 years, now the product is open into the market where the generic products. We will see that now any company can manufacture and after getting due approval for the manufacturing, they can introduce into the markets where the prices of the products are considerably dropping down, right? And so this is, I think, we have to cost is definitely we cannot even the government has also this act where there are regulations where certain products the prices are decided by the CDSCO, that is
A
the Central Drug
patent owner or
no,
company manufacturing.
manufacturing company, plus there is this Central Drugs CDSCO. You might have heard Central Drugs, this
Hmm.
regulatory
Hmm.
organization, which monitors the pricing
Authority.
also.
Hmm.
Pricing for the essential drugs. So that regulation is always there through the government, but ultimately the companies who are investing, we will have to allow them to recover. Otherwise, no company will be interested in doing R&D and coming out with new products. And also, some companies with their own initiative, I think it was Cadila, which has introduced or the prices of the drugs for the antiviral drugs for the AIDS, they have voluntarily they had reduced very much.
इसके ऊपर रख दिया बहुत ने.
Yes. And many like cosmetic products, as you were talking about nanotechnology, many cosmetic products are already there, which are in the can be classified as the nano cosmeceuticals. Because with the cosmetic products,
Thank you,
the
madam.
testing and all are bit less as compared to the pharmaceutical products. And toxicity is also one of the major concerns, right, with nanotechnology. You are from the engineering background, basically. Yes, thank you. So can I log out? If so, if there are no questions or no queries, I think we can end the session today. So I will just log out. Okay, then. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm logging out.